We're
You followed the rules, tried to play the part, smiled on the outside, but it tore you apart. They gave you the label before they asked your name. You carried the silence, and they called it shame. You thought it was you, but it never was. You were adapting to a world without pause. The system never asked what hurt, never asked what was real, only taught you to behave and to bury what you feel. But now you see the cracks in what they called home. Now you rise from what they stole. They gave you the script before you could speak, told you to sit still even when your body screamed. Your child is not broken, they reflect in your fight, and you are the one who will turn on the light.
This isn't defiance, it's memory. This isn't dysfunction, it's a nervous system trying to survive. This isn't a phase, it's your soul saying, I was never the problem.
The system never asked what you knew, what you carried inside. But now you remember, you were never meant to hide. This is your voice, this is your truth, this is your return to the root.
You were always there, beneath the silence, beneath the stare. Not a fault, not a flaw, just a child who saw too much too soon in a world gone wrong. But now I see you, now I breathe you, and I'm ready to come back home. The diagnosis tried to define, but you were never that thin line. You were the dance, the song, the ache, that nothing scripted could ever fake. You are not a file. You are not a failure. You are not a problem to fix. You are a memory worth returning to, a rhythm worth rebuilding, a soul worth remembering. You were always there. I just forgot to care for the voice beneath the rose, for the root beneath the gold. Now I hold you, now I know you. You were always whole.
Wow, welcome. Welcome to day 5, the return to the Root Summit. Who's excited? I see a lot of good mornings. Looking forward to day 5. Who feels here they have come home to themselves? Who's feeling like relaxed and they're not taking yesterday's same breath? They're not taking tomorrow's breath that they may take tomorrow. They're just taking the breath today and they're home. Who feels that way? Like, I'm just present. I just feel good. I'm in flow. Ruth says she's still feeling it. Who else is feeling it? Who else is feeling it? Let's see. I'll wait for some more people to tell me before I start. Stacy is feeling home. Now, day 5, Andrea is. So far we had 4 days. We walked through feelings, through seeing, through remembering, through restoring, and now we arrive at the most sacred part of this journey, rooting the return. So you may feel your home, but we still have to root it. And that's what it's going to be about today. So not as a moment of rooting, but as a movement, not as an inspiration, but as your identity, like rooted as your identity, right? Come home and rooted as your identity. That's the most powerful thing we can do, is to root it in our identity. Because safety isn't something that we teach once. It's something we come back to again and again and again. So that's what today is going to be all about. So we're going to continue coming home, and then we're going to finally find that root on identity. It's about choosing parenting or leadership. When I say leadership, sometimes people get confused that what leadership are you talking about? Leadership, it shows up in your parenting. It shows up in how you carry yourself day to day. That's leadership. It doesn't have to be your leader of a country or your leader of a company. We are all leaders of our life. That's how you should live. That's how you should look at it. We're all leaders of our life. So I'm talking to all of you, parents, leaders. This coming home and choosing to be home and choosing to work from that identity of being home and rooted, it's not based on urgency. It's based on your rhythm, your own rhythm, your soul rhythm. It's not based on anyone's control. It's based on coherence. It's not based on busyness or our everyday here and there moments. It's based on wholeness. And that is why we're here today. That's what we're going to do today. So this is what many of us are parenting like. If you can see this, right? We're just floating. This is what many of us are parenting like, leading. As I said, leading in your life, others' life, or you are a leader of a company, or you're leading other kids in the school, wherever you are a person who is leading, even your life, yeah, showing up like this, still alive. This is still alive, right? Everybody agrees this is still alive, but still trying, but it's unrooted though. Can this plant survive? It's out of rhythm. It's not in its environment. It's unrooted. Pulled from presence, exposed to pressure, and disconnected from its nourishment. So this cannot do it grow, right? We know about plants, but why do we not know about our own needs? What do we need to grow? And we can call this strength. This plant has tremendous strength. It's still surviving, right? It's still alive. We can call it resilience. It's still resilient. It's got green leaves. But this isn't thriving for this plant or ourselves. This is right now surviving. How many of you are feeling this unrooted life and calling it I'm thriving. Instead, you are stuck in survival. And we do it with the smile on top. We do it as pretending to be happy. How many of you are doing that right now in your life? Now, the hardest part is our kids are watching us trying to grow like this. You know, we say that they absorb, they're such sponges, they're so looking at us, we are the role models. But if you live like this, if you survive like this day to day, they're borrowing from this nervous system, one that's not broken. This is not broken. It's simply not rooted. You're not rooted. You're not broken. You're not rooted. This is what safety. So what is the safety for this plant? Anybody wants to guess? Where would this plant find safety? Anyone in the chat? Where would this find safety, this plant? What does it need? Yes, it needs soil. It needs soil, exactly. This is what safety looks like. It's not flashy, it's not fast, it's not found in apps or rewards. It's found in rhythm, in protection. This is where this plant can pause, it can co-regulate, it can get the nourishment it needs. In the parenting and leadership that says you don't have to perform to belong here, right? So going back to parenting and leadership, this is what it needs. It needs its environment so that it can root itself. The grounding, exactly. So this is what you've been doing all week here in this summit. Not adding more, not fixing harder, but coming home. This is the home for this plant. To do what? To root to your body, to your rhythm, to the parenting and leadership that actually heals. Because you can't bloom if you're not planted, right? You guys agree? You cannot bloom if you're not planted. This will die very soon if I don't plant this. I'm actually going to plant, those of you who said poor plant, I actually will plant this, and this is a poinsettia from Christmas. It's been with me so long. I'm going to keep it until the next Christmas coming up. So we will plant it, but it won't survive, right? It won't survive without what it needs. It can't bloom. We agree? It cannot bloom. And you can't lead yourself or others from peace if you're still surviving performance and unrooted. Do you guys agree? We need to give this plant water, right? Watch this. At the end of the day, this plant is going to start living, and I'll show you guys at the end of the day. That's pretty good because where I live is very hot. So every day at the end of the day, it becomes like this, and we give water and it picks up because that's what it needs. That's exactly what we need. We need to root ourselves and stop surviving for performance, and we need to come home to ourselves. So I want you to think right now, one thing you're going to protect starting today. What would you protect starting today in your life? So we can always return to that. Anybody wants to share? What one thing you are going to protect starting today? Not a task, a rhythm, a return point. Maybe it's a morning pause. A lot of you shared so many different ways that you actually return home and stay home and find yourself. My boundaries, peace, authentic self. Yes, peace. Or just a shared breath with your family and your child, right? Take a breath. Or a screen-free meal. Having boundaries around not having screen around family time. Or just single moment where you remember, I don't have to rush, I just need to return. Those are not hard, right? So yesterday we ended up with return cards, right? Can you share with me one that you used from yesterday? To help you root this, I want to invite you to complete one of these 10 sentences and put it in the chat for me. Those of you who may be thinking or talking to your brain right now and it's saying, I don't have to do this. This is not something I need. I'm always fine. I'm always good. I don't have any of these. You need to do this. When your brain says that, that's denial. That's when we have to look deeper. So who wants to share with me a few so I can put it up? When I feel scattered, I return to what? When I feel behind, I return to what? When when my laundry isn't done and I'm frustrated, I return to what? When I feel disconnected, I return to what? When I feel overwhelmed, what do I return to? Can you guys share with me in the chat? Let this be your nervous system's compass, your anchor, your soft place to land. So this plant, overthinking, blame, self-blame, control. So this plant right now has what it needs. Not because it's doing more, but it's because it's being held, nourished, and protected in the right environment. So that is your job now, to be the one who protects the rhythm, not just for your child or not for the people that you serve, but for yourself, as we talked about yesterday, that it's really important that you also take care of yourself and you need to come home to yourself because if your nervous system is not working or overloaded, the people around you will know. You cannot hide it. It's not something we can hide. So welcome to day 5. Thank you for sharing. I love all of it. I will read it later. Now I want to bring my first guest today. Our coach, Victoria, is here. Come on, Victoria, over. You're here. Awesome.
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Likewise.
Awesome.
Thank you
So
for having me.
thank you. She is a holistic wellness coach as well as a holistic neurogrowth success coach as well. She has her title. Sorry, there's some echo. She has her title as "You Can Heal What You Don't Feed." Interesting. You can heal what you don't feed. The nutrients foundation of the mental health. So she is now at a cottage. Is that correct?
I am in Ontario, yes.
Awesome.
In the middle of LA.
Is there a horse over there? Are you still riding a horse?
No, that's actually from Hungary.
Oh, awesome, awesome. So she stands for restoring mental health by returning to what? I don't know. She's going to share. She is expert in the nutrients and nutrition and exercise, so she's going to share that with us. She believes a calm, regulated nervous system starts in the, I don't
nutrients.
know. Okay, we're going to wait for you to tell us in your speech. She is committed to teaching families how simple something she's going to share with us. And she is here to remind us that you can't heal what you, I don't know. Tell us, Victoria. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Thank you for listening. And before I begin to talk, I would like to invite everybody for a simple breathing exercise, just to be present, just to calm our nervous system. This simple breathing exercise is called the 4-7-8. So we will start to inhale. First, we're gonna empty our lungs with a whoosh sound, and then we will inhale to the count of 4. We will hold that breath to the count of 7, and we will exhale with a sound of whoosh to the count of 8. So when you're ready, let's empty our lungs and inhale. And then hold. And then exhale. And inhale to the count of 4 again. Hold, count of 7. And exhale. And inhale. Hold. And exhale. And one more. Inhale. Hold. And exhale to the count of 8. So now that we regulated our nervous system, when we breathe slow, we become present, we slow down. And when you slow breathe, you cannot be stressed because everything slows down. When we are stressed, our heartbeat increases, but when we are very conscious of our breathing, everything slows down. Your nervous system gets regulated. So my topic is on the undeniable connection between mental health and nutritional deficiency. In other words, we can't really discipline and make up for the fact that the child brain is not getting enough nutrients. Nowadays, we have way more information than we ever before, and it's very easy to get lost in this information maze, basically, because there are so many information, so many conflicting information, what's right, what's wrong, what works fast, what works at all. We don't have time, but we want results. So that all started with my wellness journey, that I became very sick starting in my early 20s. So that's how I got into wellness. And back then, I believed in Western medicine. I believed the doctor knows best. And I let my health out of my hand into, back then, thinking the capable hands of the doctors. So it all started with depression, anxiety, chronic fatigue, constant state of fight or flight. If anything stressful happened, I couldn't handle it. I couldn't get over it. I was in a state of stress for weeks, sometimes months on end, which was slowly breaking down my immune system. And I had chronic lower back pain. I ate a very poor diet, lots of screen time, very little time in nature. I was totally disconnected from my circadian rhythm, the light, the sun, and a natural rhythm to go to sleep at 10 p.m. and wake up almost always at the same time, which our body needs. Our body regulates itself when we give that help. So I didn't do all of this, and my health was declining. And one day, after my so many rounds of pills that the doctor tried to cure my problems, I just had enough. I said, enough is enough. So I got up and I walked out of the doctor's office. I didn't know anything. What am I going to do? I just knew that the answers couldn't be in the pills. So after that, I started to ferociously read, research, and I started with little steps because I didn't know what I was doing. So I started to reconnect with nature, more walks, more sun, less screen time. I juiced. I started to turn toward whole foods, organic whenever possible. And I started to ditch gluten, caffeine. I was smoking regularly at that point, almost. I smoked on and off almost 25 years in my life. So I ditched all of that. I ditched gluten. As it turns out, gluten is an inflammatory component in the food, a very ubiquitous one, I might add. And it also affects our mental health. As a matter of fact, researchers made a very strong connection between even schizophrenia and gluten. So I started to get rid of slowly but surely. And I am really emphasizing the fact that it's not an overnight process. So slowly but surely, I started to make little changes. And then I really listened to my body. Does this work? Does it do something good that I feel better, or I feel worse, or I feel the same? So I started to make things non-negotiable, like gluten being a non-negotiable part of my life. I quit drinking. First thing in the morning, I go outside and I get natural light to reawaken my circadian rhythm and tell my body that this is the morning. And my sleep improved tremendously because of my sleep-wake cycle. And of course, exercise is very important, and grounding, bare feet in nature. So unfortunately, I notice it with children, including mine, that their health really struggling, younger and younger compared to previous generations. And mental health is a big part. And as parents, we're trying to step it up. Like, why is my child emotionally dysregulated? They lack focus. They seem to have a lot more meltdowns that is harder to handle. It's very hard to soothe them. And parents thinking like, maybe I am doing something wrong. Maybe I am not disciplining enough. However, if that child's brain doesn't get enough nutrients, there is no discipline that can make up for the fact that the brain is starving. Compared to the body's whole mass, the brain is such a small part. However, it takes up a very, very big part of the nutrients, which nowadays very hard to get. Why is that? Because the soil is depleted, because the foods are depleted, because from depleted soil and from processed food, the body cannot take up the nutrients. So one of my biggest discovery in my own health journey was the gut-brain connection. As a matter of fact, we call the gut as the second brain. Why is that? Because we have a lot of microbiome in that. And when the microbiome out of balance, we call it dysbiosis, or totally just going berserk, which is the leaky gut, which meaning that nutrients and food particles can get into the body can function. Your immune system is not going to react. Your health, your immune system, big part is in the gut. So when the gut is not working, which is unfortunately, we notice in younger and younger children, unfortunately, it's going to show up as an emotional, as a behavioral problem, which we can't discipline, and teachers can have a hard time with children who are really not wanting to be bad. They are not born bad. They are just born and they are just not getting enough nutrients for their brain. So what can we do? What are little actionable steps a parent can do to correct that problem? So first, start with getting that child out in nature, getting the sun into their eyes, and limiting screen time. What's the problem with screen time? Screens has blue light, which interrupts our circadian rhythm. If you look back ancestrally, we didn't have blue lights. We had the fire, and we had red light at night. So unfortunately, that interrupt their sleep patterns, even if they look like they slept well. Unfortunately, that sleep is not nourishing, that's not replenishing, and it's not restorative. So very important for parents that they limit screen time. Now, nutrition-wise, what can we do? During my research, I realized that even with organic food, even when we switch to whole processed food, we still need to supplement with some of the nutrients because the soil is depleted, and in spite of our best efforts, we don't always get what we need from the soil. So the first part is I really encourage parents and anybody who really cares for their health to ditch fast food. Ultra-processed food has nothing good to offer to the body. It's addictive. It's hard to stop once you really like it, but it has nothing nutrient-wise. But in the breakdown process, it's stealing nutrients from your body. So it doesn't bring anything, but it's taking nutrients out. So my suggestion that this needs to be limited and switch to whole unprocessed food. What does that mean? Anything that comes in nature. So the vegetables in its whole form, the fruits, the meat, grass-fed meat that is, wild caught fish. These are all nutrient-rich food that your body recognizes and can take out all the nutrients that it needs. Now, first, we need to heal the stomach, right? So what do? We need to replenish good bacteria. So I highly suggest fermented food, such as yogurt, kefir, sauerkraut, tempeh. These are all food that helps with the good bacteria. I also recommend bone broth. That was a really good thing for me to heal my gut. And if you research it, you can see testimonials just saying how much it helps. Besides that, it's also high in collagen, which we need in all parts of our bodies. So that's what I would start, because if the stomach is not functioning well, it cannot absorb nutrients. And unfortunately, it's not what you eat, it's what you absorb. So we need a very well-functioning stomach with that. So a couple of nutrients that I would say important. So for the stomach, L-glutamine is a very important part because it repairs the stomach lining. So is bone broth. So you start with that, and then we start to look at other important nutrients that will help. So for the brain, we're all deficient in omega-3. In other words, DHA, which is in grass-fed products, grass-fed meat, plus fish or fish oil. I recommend fish oil instead of capsules if you can, because then you know right away if it's rancid. In the fish capsule, unfortunately, it's not always evident. Magnesium is another important thing. Our nervous system is all very turned up and it's very hard to soothe. Magnesium is a big part of soothing the nervous system. Magnesium also takes place in over 400 biochemical processes in the body, and we're all deficient across the board. So I really suggest a very, very good high quality magnesium supplements. And also zinc. Zinc is for the immune system. So those are the couple of supplements that I would suggest right off the bat. The other thing is vitamin D. Unfortunately, we're all deficient in vitamin D. We're living in the North Hemisphere, most of us. I live in the North Hemisphere. Unfortunately, half the year it's overcast here. So even if we get enough sun in the summer, the winter is a write-off in that regard. And I really suggest vitamin D. It's a hormone. It's important for so many reasons. And it's really responsible for your mood, just like the sun. So I really recommend that. Now, what else is very important besides food is connecting to your food and to explain it to children. How do you connect to your food, where your food is coming from, and why is it important? We think that children are just little beings that they don't know anything. They just accept anything. Children do feel when they don't feel well. They are very well aware. They just think that that's the only way because that's the only way they live their life. But when there is a improvement, they notice it and they want this. So when you involve your child, let's say going to the farmer's market, when you guys eat together as a family, when there is no phone there, just wholesome conversations, that regulates, that soothes the child's nervous system, then they open up to share. So taking your child to a grocery store and let them choose their food and explaining, why do you choose that? Why did you choose that? Let's say instead of cereal, we're going to take eggs. And why? Because egg nourishes your brain. It doesn't cause a midday crash, while cereal, while it tastes good, it just causes a midday crash. And unfortunately, your brain gets really hyperactive on it. And then boom, crashes. So we want something that keeps us going without a crash. So I always recommend for breakfast, instead of cereal or pastry, eggs, yogurt, some meat like bacon or sausage, and some fruits. And if you must have some carbs after that, do it after. Then your is already half full, so the absorption is slowed down. So you don't get that sugar rush when children get hyperactive. That's one thing I would recommend, and it's something that any parents can follow easily, and eventually you get used to it, and it's like a new way of life. So when the child is really, really deficient, slow steps are important because their taste buds are also used to something else. So there is like a transitioning period where they still may have access to their old way of being, but we're already introducing new things such as smoothie. Again, we can incorporate their help. They can choose what vegetable goes into that smoothie. They can help peel the vegetables, and we can talk about what this vegetable will do to them, what the fruit will do to them. And eventually they feel the difference and they can evolve from there and make their own choices. Other thing that is important to understand that going to farmer's market instead of getting your everything from grocery store, farmer's market, exactly where your food is coming from. It's less pesticide. It's usually organic. They still have the soil on it, which is very, very rich in microbiome. So it's really, really different. And nutrition-wise, you can actually fill that child with more nutrition if you go right to the source, back to our roots, basically. And so when you take your child to the farmer's market, you can have these conversations with the child, like, what are we getting? Why are we getting it? And what change it will create. All child wants to feel great. Everybody wants to feel great. They just don't. They don't want meltdowns. We think of the child like, oh, my child is really unruly. No, they are screaming literally for nutrients, but they don't have the vocabulary. They don't understand the biochemical processes that's going on in their bodies. But we can nourish that child. We can, we can like give that child what it needs. So what we need to do is going back to our roots, think about, how did our grandparents eat? How did our grandparents' grandparents eat? And then we get the answer. When you go into a grocery store, you only shop on the outside of the grocery store because that's where the produce is, that's where the dairy, that's where the meat is. And inside, it's only processed food. The more processed, the less nutritious is. So what can we do? What are certain foods that I would like if children had less? Cereals, cookies, candies with colorings. We're getting into the realm of ADHD. ADHD is actually exacerbated by food colorings. So it's actually something that with change of diet can be calmed down. So I would very much limit sweets. Go back to sweets that you make, like cookie from almond flour, or go back to something like pancakes that you make with good quality flour, and then you put on jam that you made at home. So colorings in food, unfortunately, is another component that causes behavioral issues. So you really want to be present what you're giving to your child. And when you sit down in the evening to dinner, make sure that you listen about their days. Make sure that you ask what happened. Ask questions. What made you sad? What made you happy? Because it make them think about life and about the connection between what's going on mentally in the mental realm and how does it affect their own bodies. So just these kind of conversation. And in the evening, let's say, limit screen time and give them a book, a physical book that they can read and you can discuss with them. Give them a magnesium bath. It's not just going to help their sleep, it's going to regulate their nervous system. And make sure that they get out and they move, that they have enough exercise in their day. Just incorporate that and do it together. Do it as a family. Don't let them just, figure it out themselves, because they can't. Children really rely on parents and their guidance. And if you show good example, you don't even have to speak it. They see. I can't eat, something unhealthy and tell my child, no, you need to eat spinach. It's not going to work. So you need to lead by example. And when you're healthier, your child healthier. I remember when I started to change my diet and we started to juice. And of course, I incorporated my son's health in that. And about a month into that, he told me that he was less winded after a run and he could run faster. I mean, when my child realizes that, it's way more powerful than when I try to make that point, because they experience it, and children want to naturally feel better. They weren't born sick. It's just our circumstances that causing it. And the food and the commercials. So that's why it's very important that we limit screen time for them and we limit what kind of content they are access to. So that's something is very important, because our children are our future. And if we don't feed them right now, sadly, I wish I could say it otherwise, going to grow into sick and mentally weak adults. So brain health, gut health are intimately and undeniably connected. We cannot think one and not the other. You get your gut health healthy, you get your brain health. It goes together and starts in nutrition. So that's pretty much the gist of it. And we never meant to feel bad. We just lost our connection to nature. We lost our connection to the roots, but we are rediscovering, and we know better. And when we know better, we do better. So on that note, I wish everybody an amazing journey. Remember, start small. Start with small actionable steps without overwhelm. And when you see the results, you're going to feel so encouraged that you will want to carry on. Start one little thing a day and then work your information up. If you just start with, we're just going to add magnesium, we're just going to add vitamin D into our regime. And then, you sit down with your child, you talk about what you would like. You involve them with the food, because that's where it all starts.
Thank you, Victoria. That was amazing. Thank you. As always, so much wisdom. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. There was a lot of comments for you. Is there any questions for Victoria today? But what you said I love a lot is that the connections between the brain and the gut, so important. And then we always tell our kids, why can't you're lazy? But it could be what they ate. And they're not lazy, right? They're slow
They are
because
tired.
they're tired. They ate food that their body can digest, and
Right.
all the energy is in the tummy digesting that instead of up.
Exactly. That's why I always emphasize before you before you start to, discipline your child and punish your child, I think the first question to ask, how did I feed that child today? What did that child get today? Did I talk to this child? Did I feed this child brain? The child doesn't want to act up. The child is starving for attention. The child is starving for nutrition. If those are met, you will get a whole different child that you feel you never knew. That child is inside in that body that you always, that dream child is in there. It just needs to be brought out with the correct nutrition and the correct connection.
Yes, just like a plant, right? We talked about
Right.
showing earlier.
Exactly.
So another question I have is, you were saying, make jam at home, make pancake from flour that's healthy, and then maybe somebody is listening, going, "I don't have time for all of that. I'm so busy."
Yeah,
So
exactly.
what
So
would you
that's
tell them?
just, let's say,
No,
so
what
that
would
was just exactly. And it's a very good question and very valid nowadays, how busy people are. So basically, my go-to food for the morning, if you're in a rush, is eggs, because eggs are nutrition. I call them nature multivitamins, multivitamins. It's easy to make. And it's the other thing I do, I boil eggs in the beginning of the week. And if anybody's in the rush, they just grab a couple, and I always like have food at home that is ready to get, like, pick up a banana, like something that is natural, something that came from nature, and something that is easy. So let's say in the beginning of the week, Sunday evening, boil up 20 eggs and then have that in a ready to go box, or have ready some bacon or some cut up little meat or fish, and you can just grab that on the go and do pancakes when you have more family time or in the weekend, or so that you still have like the treats, like it's not like all strict, because there is memory in that child about taste they like. So we don't want to completely cut that out, and we don't have to. We just have to change the ingredients.
And another thing, as I'm listening to you coming, and I'm sure a lot of people have this too. You said like let's change, right? You have to change first. Let's say I feel like I've gone too much. Like our house is filled with cereals, filled with chocolates, filled with whatever diet food and colorings and all this. I start changing. Everybody's going to be upset.
Right.
We're
Right.
going to have
And
a
that's
war,
why.
right?
Very true. Very true. And that's again a very valid point. And I experienced it even in my own life. So that's why small steps important. Like, let's say, instead of, if you had cereal for that child every single day, let's write out a little plan on the fridge and say, like, okay, you can have cereal, but first it's Monday, it's going to be eggs and bacon. It's Tuesday, it's going to be yogurt with fruit. And if you're still hungry after that, then you can have some cereal. And most of the time, a protein-rich breakfast gonna fill them up. So they may not even want that cereal. And then eventually how they feel better, and they avoid that midday crash and that, emotional meltdowns. They may say to you as well, like, oh, mom, I was running faster today, or I wasn't so tired in the afternoon. They will tune. Children are actually very connected to their bodies more than us, because they are closer to their birth. So it's not so disconnected yet. So they will want to feel better. They just don't know how. That's where we come in.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a question here, Victoria. It says, Kim says, how do you
Yeah.
know if something is high quality supplement?
So one thing I go by is if it's third party tested. Third-party tested is very important because unfortunately, supplements are tainted with heavy metals, with other microplastic, for instance. So we have to be really, really on the ball with, like, I look in Canada, it's called Ashura for third party, but just always look up a supplement and see where it's coming from. Like, let's say if you buy it in like chain stores, it might not be as high, and you may need to seek it out online. But it's really worth it, because if it's poor quality supplements, then it just make your urine expensive, but it's not going to do what it needs to do. So closer to nature, see what it's made of, what they make that nutrients. If it's just from lab, it's not going to be as rich and available to your body. So look for bioavailable, look for fermented, look for like glycinate or certain chemical breakdown of it than just the simple nutrients. So high quality. And also another thing, that sometimes there are rich food that you can get your nutrients. Three things come to mind: chlorella, spirulina, and Irish moss. These three foods are like loaded with most of the minerals and supplements. So that's something I recommend and I consume personally. And just one thing I forgot is water to mention, very important. So unfortunately, we're dehydrated. Doesn't matter how much water we drink, if that water is not filtered, it has pharmaceuticals in it, it has microplastics in it, it has all kinds of, it has chlorine in it, which is not great for us. And the other thing, we need cellular hydration. So what are we gonna do? We either put salt in that water, good quality salt like Celtic salt or Himalayan salt, or we put electrolytes, because we need cellular hydration. It's like, imagine if you have like just a pipe and you put water in it, it's just gonna go through. So this is what's gonna happen to that water if it doesn't contain at least a good quality salt or electrolytes. Very true. Health foods are more expensive, and I agree with that. Now, I am a bargain shopper, so this is how I go around. When I go into a store sometimes, so I actually go and buy what's on sale. So many times I can go under the pesticide-laden food for organic, because I buy it when it's on sale. And I go to a couple of stores, and then I also know where to go. So once you learn, initially it's going to be more work, and I agree. But then again, your health worth it. Spirulina was the third. So your health is so worth it. So when you say time, you either put in time now in your health, or you're going to be forced to put time into your sickness later. Guaranteed. It's a matter of time. So it's like priorities, right? What's your priority? We can have 1,000 wishes in life. We get sick, we have only one wish at that moment to get better. So why not prevent that issue and take care of it now while we do have it?
There's another question here, Victoria.
Yeah. So very good question. Thank you for asking that, because vitamin D, I do vitamin D3, yes, but very important, vitamin D with K2. Without K2, it's not going to absorb the same way. So when you get the vitamin D, I prefer it in a liquid form, again, more absorption, and the other is vitamin K2. So just look for that two letters on the bottle and you're good. I would say D3 with K2. So I would add to the question, what is the best way to get it? And it's with K2. Very important. If it's not, your absorption rate gonna be suboptimal, and we don't want that.
Did you say K2?
Very good question. Thank you.
Victoria,
K2.
did you say
Yeah,
K2?
K2. So there is, yeah, K2. Very good question. Thank you for that, Vanessa. Seasonal eating, yes, I support seasonal eating because that's what your body is used to. Let's not forget that not so long ago, we worked with nature. We didn't have supermarkets, so we had what was available in season. As a matter of fact, I actually read an article about that when it's not in season, it's not so beneficial to our bodies because our bodies are not that easily fooled. We know what's in season and what's not on the place of the earth we are located to. So yes, it's way better to eat in season. That's why biologically, historically, we meant to eat more fruits in the summer and less in the winter. That's why we, like in the beginning of September, the season, we get a little bit more food. We may put on a little bit more weight to prepare us for the winter where we have less fruit, less produce, and we eat more meat to keep us warm, to keep us just strong through the winter because it's tougher biologically on our bodies.
Was it potassium, Miss Vanessa is asking? K2 is potassium?
I actually, yeah, I don't know, like there is K2, like it's a vitamin. There is K1 and K2. It's a vitamin. It's not very talked about, but why is it important? Because it supports your cardiovascular system. Like we know examples, like very extreme examples who ate so well, like they were the epitome of health and they dropped of a heart attack. And when there was a autopsy, it turns out they were K2 deficient. So K2 is incredibly important, not just for absorption, but for our cardiovascular system. You know, you want to have nice vein. You don't want to have varicose veins. You want to protect yourself with K2.
Awesome. Thank you. Anything else for Victoria? So Victoria, when you came in, I thought I was sharing your pictures, but I was not sharing the pictures. So I made a bloopers. I was making some mistake. It's probably why you were thinking, what was I? Did I show the picture of you here like this?
I saw pictures, but I don't know if it was just for.
Did you guys see her picture? Because I was thinking that I was sharing it on the side of my outside of this program. Can you guys tell me? Did you see her on the horse? This picture came up. Just want to make sure. Okay, perfect. I just wanted you to see her beautiful, blessed life. So I needed you to answer that. So we might as well go through it, Victoria. So you stand for restoring mental health by returning to what?
Nature and
Beautiful.
our roots.
That's right. She believes a calm, regulated nervous system starts in the
gut.
Exactly. I hope every one of you said that. She is committed to teaching families how simple
a healthy, nutritious meal can be and how you can incorporate it step by step.
Yes. And she is here to remind us that you can heal what you
don't nourish.
Yeah. You said it right. These two things are not separate systems. They're working together, right? You want to perform, you got to eat, right? Healthy food. Thank you. Anything else you want to say to our listeners?
Just basically that even if it looks like it's a big undertaking because you already have a busy schedule, just imagine how you climb a mountain one step at a time. It may seem enormous, but you only do one step at a time. And this is the small actionable steps I was talking about. So instead of overwhelm, just think one thing you can change today. Even if you just put salt in your water or get a good quality supplements, that's one step. And then carry on from there.
That was an important reminder about the water. The water we drink is not cellularly nourishing us. That's important. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking your time to be here today. And do you have anything to share with the audience? Your links or anything like that, or anything?
Yes. So thank you for having me here, Kohila. I really enjoy it and enjoy your work. People can follow me on Victoria Believe In. So Victoria is with a K, Believe In, Believein. I am on Facebook, I am on Instagram, I am on LinkedIn. and Telegram, and it's you can send me emails at healthrebel hwc@gmail.com. And I work with clients who would like to feel good, would like to feel energized, lose weight, and I work on the gut-mood connection. So if you are interested working with me, there is the link in the bottom of the screen. And my website is www.healthrebelforlife.com.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Don't be afraid to change.
Yes, changes everything, right? Also, Victoria's information is in the journal that today we will be sharing here. I think it might be shared and pinned to the top. So, yes, that's right. I'm reading it and I'm saying it as if I don't know, but it is pinned to the top. So, in that journal, we shared your links, Victoria. So, somebody will reach out to you. Thank you so much. Enjoy your rest of your vacation. In
Thank you so much. Have a good one. Thank you.
So, that's interesting, right? Who enjoyed that? Who enjoyed that? It's so important because we say to our kids, why are you lazy? Why are you sleeping a lot? Why are you not getting up? All of these things, but really their system's not working, right? So I have my next guest here. She is right here waiting. Come on over, Coach Katelyn. Awesome.
Hello.
Did you enjoy that?
Oh, that was great. I love everything that Victoria was saying. I was connecting. I was taking notes, actually. And I really love the call to remind ourselves that we are nature, you know, and the more connected we are, the more we understand that, the better we're going to flow.
Yeah, and don't change all at once. Make sure you do little because the kids are not going to accept that. I mean, if we were eating really, really badly all this time and having fast food and all of this and drinks and all that, and we say to it, can you imagine if somebody tells us that? We're like, no, I'm not doing it. Right? It's normal because I'm not used to it. So, but that little step we talked about yesterday, those micro choice that what Coach Kim was sharing that was mentioned by Victoria again. So you're here today.
Yes.
Because you were never behind. Are you sure about that? Aren't we
100%.
always comparing and always feeling like we're behind? You were becoming, is what she's here to tell us about. She stands for removing something. I don't know what it is, but she's going to tell us today. She believes clarity comes when we strip away something. I am very interested in that. She is committed to helping families anchor their, I don't know. And she is here to show us that growth has its own something. Katelyn, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am so excited to be here today. Oh, all right. There are the slides. Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Returning to our roots. I'm so passionate about this. I think it's so important that we remember our connection to ourselves and the depth of who we are, which comes back to our connection with nature. So I really love that I'm building off of Victoria's presentation today. And I have beautiful news to share with you. You're not behind. Your child is not behind. You never were. We've just been told to measure life by an extrinsic clock that's outside of us instead of our own internal intrinsic rhythm that we were born with, that's natural. And we've been taught that success needs to fit into these pre-planned, predetermined categories in a linear timeline, but that was created by us. It's actually not our natural rhythm. So my hope today is to release the pressure of carrying around these timelines and to release the pressure of trying to fit ourselves and our children into categories. My hope is that you leave this session feeling lighter, with more hope, and that you feel empowered to support yourself and your children in finding your own natural rhythm, allowing yourselves to grow, and really cultivating the soil that we're growing in, as opposed to trying to force a seed to grow before it's time. So I want to start with some breathing. I know we've done a lot of that this week, but I think it is because it's so important, right? So if everyone who's joining today could just
We
sit up.
love breathing because
We love breathing.
we do it automatically. So when you remind us, we're like, oh yes, breathing. So it's good.
Exactly.
Never too many. Never too many.
So we'll just take a few deep breaths just to ground ourselves, make sure that we're present and centered here. So everyone who's joining us, if you could sit up nice and tall, wherever you're at, if you're able to shut down your eyes, maybe do that. And then take a big inhale, really thinking, pulling the air in up from your tailbone all the way through the crown of your head. And then a slow exhale, all the way down through the bottom, and then pushing all of the air out at the end. Do it again, another big inhale up, filling up top to bottom, left to right. And then exhaling nice and slowly. Our focus on the exhale is really what can help us slow down, pushing all of the air out at the bottom. And then one more big breath, this time lifting yourself up, maybe shoulders floating a little towards your ears, and then rounding them down, releasing them back. And consciously release one or two muscles that didn't release right away. Often we're holding tension in our muscles and we don't even realize it. We don't realize that we're squeezing things, holding things together. So take a second and just find something in your body that you can let go, put down. And now we're here. So moving to our next slide, I would love if you have a journal with you, if you could take a second and think about a time in your life where you felt behind. And again, felt behind. It's not the truth, and we'll talk about that. But was it in school? Did you feel behind in school? In your career path, maybe it felt like other people were passing by. Adulting, I feel behind in adulting all the time, and I have to reground myself in the truth. Parenting, healing, your to-do list, anything. Write down a place in your life where you have felt behind and one or two words to describe how that felt to you. So I'll give everyone a moment. And then when you have a few of those words, if you could just drop them in the chat, please, so we can share and see where we might align. I'm seeing stuck or trapped. Yes. It's a very stifling feeling. Yeah. What other words do we have? Stuck or trapped also reminds me of like contraction rather than expansion. So instead of living into our fullest selves, we're becoming smaller in a way to fit into these categories. Lost. The opposite of grounded.
We have 23 people here I'm seeing on my side. There could be more, but I don't think they have anything. What do you think, Katelyn?
Well, let's give them one more second, and then if not, we can move forward.
It's like, no, I want to encourage them to put it. We want to see it. Ruth says,
fair enough, but we're taking off the pressure, right? So
yes. I always felt behind in school, Ruth says. I felt less than.
Yes, I really want to talk about that, Ruth. Thank you for bringing that up.
Anxious is coming. You see, it's little encouragement. It doesn't go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Kim. I agree. Anxious was the big thing that it led to for me. Unhealthy. Yeah. Yeah. And sometimes even in the, negative coping mechanisms and negative habits and self-shaming cycles that we end up in can lead to some really unhealthy places mentally and physically. Thank you. Okay, does anyone have a word or two that they could drop that you wish to feel instead? So instead of feeling unhealthy, anxious, instead of feeling not enough, instead of feeling stuck or trapped or less than, how would we want to feel? What would be some of the things that would be freeing from that? Freeing could be a word in itself. Confident. Yes, absolutely. So when we're confident, then we can step into things. We can expand. Relaxed. Mhm. Worthy. Yes, I love that one. Confident again. Authentic. Authentic. True to ourselves instead of trying to fit somebody else's mold. Healthy mentally and physically. Thank you all so much. These are beautiful words. And I think we can feel the difference already in the energy between the words where we're responding to feeling behind, to feeling like I'm not enough. I'm not meeting the mark. I'm not fitting in the box. And I feel like I'm supposed to for some reason. It leads to feeling contracted, stuck, anxious, less than. Versus the opposite of that is confident, worthy, healthy, relaxed. So today, we're not going to talk about how do we catch up and fit into that box. We're going to return to the truth of growth, which is the opposite of what we've been taught. So when I thought about this talk, this word just kept coming up for me when we're thinking about being behind. Urgency. When I was a teacher, when I was, learning to be a teacher, practicing being a teacher, my first probably 10 years of teaching, this word kept coming up and kept coming up and kept coming up. We were taught, we were trained. You must have a sense of urgency in your classroom. This is urgent. We must be urgent. This sense of urgency for everything. And I really bought into it. I truly did, because it also aligned with what I've always been taught. So the thought of being behind really goes hand in hand with this concept of urgency. And now I know, I don't think that people were giving us this word urgency with negative intentions, but what I should really be looking for as a teacher is purpose in my classroom, not urgency. We're not in a rush. So urgency implies that something is important. And this is important. Your child's future is extremely important. Your life, your future is extremely important. Urgent, though, also implies a time pressure. So it's really important that we understand what urgency actually means before we start throwing it around in classroom contexts and elsewhere. Something that is urgent is important and time sensitive. So a physical emergency is important. Of course it's important, is urgent. Somebody requires CPR. I'm CPR certified. That is urgent. I need to respond right away. But when it comes to our development and the development of our children, that is important. But urgency is not the appropriate way to approach it. The development of a human is not under the timing of a clock. The development of a human happens naturally and with rhythm. We can no more force a human to become who they're becoming faster than we can force a tree to grow faster. And if we really look a little deeper into the definition, we just talked about the quality or state of being urgent, which is important and time sensitive. And then a force or impulse that impels or constrains. So for me, the word impel, the word constrain, those have similar energy to the words that everyone brought to the table initially when we talked about feeling behind, when we talked about feeling less than, when we talked about feeling unworthy. Impels means to push or to force. and constrain is to hold back. And really, are either of those things what we want when we're talking about our children and their growth? When we think about children and growing, we think curiosity, we think natural, we think light, we think joy, not force, push, or constrain and hold back. So we've developed these arbitrary timelines according to constraints that we ourselves created. So I think that that's really important that we name that and we own that. In as educators and the medical profession as well, like I think this overlaps in a lot of places, that we created these timelines and said, okay, this is what normal looks like. And that's fine if we want to have an idea of where things should be moving. But we've become so attached to this creation that we made up, these timelines, that now anytime a child doesn't fit into this contrived timeline or these categories, we are pressuring them and saying, you're not in the right place. You're not doing the right thing. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? And these questions are really concerning. So I want to talk for a few minutes about some examples of the results of living under this sense of urgency. And then we'll flip around to the other side and talk about what could we do instead. So I'm a great example. I lived for years with an excessive sense of urgency. I was raised this way. Whatever you tell me what the bar is, and I'm going to go for it. And I'm also going to try to exceed it. And if I wasn't exceeding it, I felt I was behind. I was constantly worrying or stressing that I was behind if I didn't finish a to-do list or a project. And those are things that I set up for myself as well. And it led me to a really intense battle with anxiety that lasted from my teen years all the way through my 20s. I was well into my 30s before I finally started to address it, and it was impacting every area of my life. And when I did that, when I finally looked at it and I dug up what was going on underneath, the urgency, the rushing, the pushing, what was underneath it was, I need to prove my worth because I'm not enough as I am. I got to the point where I woke up in the morning and I immediately felt behind. My day hadn't even started yet. I already had a mental to-do list and I was going. And my day began with such urgency that I was forcing myself through every minute of every day. My nervous system was sky high all the time, always on alert, always in survival mode. And I was running to finish self-created to-do lists. And I was missing my life as a result. And I share this because isn't this what we're doing to our kids? We've created these estimated benchmarks based on other children, and then we're measuring our own precious children against them. And when they don't measure up to these societally created marks, we're telling them that they're behind and that something is wrong with them. And what we're really saying underneath it is, you're not enough. And is that the message that we really want to send our kids? And is that also what we truly believe? When we live by the belief that we're always exactly where we're meant to be, then we can find the value in the current moment that we're in. And we can let go of that urgency. So if we look at this next slide, sometimes we can't see a lot above the surface when we're talking about growth. So if we look at this visual here, there's just this tiny little bit of a plant. And if you've been growing this plant for months and months, you're like, where is it? What's happening? Actually, there's a lot happening, but it's underneath. And we have to have the patience to allow that growth to happen. Because if we try to reach in and dig it up and say, where is it? I need to see it. Prove it to me. We're disrupting the growth of that plant. Throughout my years as an educator, I have witnessed countless examples of this system pushing kids in an urgent way to catch up to our timelines. So I want to tell you briefly about a student named Ricardo. I taught him in 7th grade, and he was a great kid, loved working with him. But we ended up labeling him in multiple ways: ADHD, first and foremost, and behind. He was failing most of his classes. He was acting out. He was talking over teachers. He was distracting with his friends. He was not invested. He is a smart kid, but didn't have any investment in learning at that time. And so we did what we do. We brought in his dad. We sat everybody down, and we said, Ricardo, you're behind. You're not meeting expectations. We need to see change. And the way that we came about it was we put him on a plan and said, all right, you're going to do this, this, and this, or dad is going to take this away at home. We're going to take this away at school. And we pressured him. And I remember, and I think back to this day, Ricardo in that meeting, little 7th grade Ricardo, because I know him as he's a grown man now, but staring at his feet and just silent, tears streaming down his face, silent. And we, in that moment, said, okay, he's taking it seriously. This is good. His behavior is amplified, I would say tenfold after that. He shut down, and then he acted out. And we kept responding in this way of trying to force him to be to look the way we wanted him to look, and to behave the way we wanted him to behave, and to perform the way that we wanted him to perform. And it wasn't working. This continued all the way through middle school. I switched schools. I ended up working at the high school. A couple years later, fast forward, Ricardo's in 10th grade. He walked into my classroom probably a foot taller, totally different energy, calmer. And he was one of my top students his 10th grade year. And I talked to him and I was like, Ricardo, what happened? I mean, like, I didn't, you were kind of a mess the last time I talked to you. And he was just like, you know what, miss, I took time over the summer. He visited some family in the Dominican Republic, and he spent time with his cousins there. He also spent time with some of his cousins at home, and he had conversations with people. And he started envisioning different directions where his life could go, and started just reflecting on himself and who he wanted to be. And he realized going into high school, the habits that I'm in now are not leading me to who I want to be. So what can I change? And he noticed that when he made small changes, people were interacting with him differently. And so these I really like, we talked about the micro changes, right? So these little steps he started taking, he started seeing different results. And then it led him to, by 10th grade, he was a completely different person. And it was not because of our pushing and our forcing and our behavior plans and our, trying to get him to fit what we wanted him to fit. Ricardo needed time. He needed to look within himself. He needed opportunity to see outside of himself and different options so that he could make his choices. So he didn't grow on our timeline. He grew on his own. But it was all happening under the surface. And it wasn't effective to try to rip him up by the roots. I've also witnessed this in friends and family members. Quickly, I'll share about my best friend growing up, her brother Billy. When we were in high school, he was a straight D student, did the bare minimum to get by, a lot of video games, just very checked out. And his parents were so confused because their other daughter, my best friend, was like, we were athletes and we were trying to do well in school. And we were like interacting when engaging with things. And he was just so shut down, and they pressured him, they nagged him, all of the things that we do to try to push kids to wake up and do something. Billy went all the way through college. Even after college, he moved back home. He was he was the guy living in his parents' basement playing video games all day. That was him. In his 30s, something changed. Fast forward to right now, I literally have a meeting with Billy next week to ask him for advice on business plans, because he is a huge success in the tech world. He started coding on his own little bits because he was on his computer playing games all the time. And then eventually he found the coding. He realized he really liked it. He started podcasting. He started emerging and then became an incredible success. He travels the world now. He lives a lifestyle that is really enviable. But all of the nagging and the pushing and the pressure were not the things that was going to help Billy. He had some blocks. He definitely had some things that were happening in his family growing up, some experiences he had as a young adult that caused him to go into that shutdown. But instead of addressing that, everybody around him was saying, what's wrong with you? Come on, let's go. You're lazy. He was being labeled. He was being pushed. He was being hit with this pressure that he wasn't going to respond to. So little by little, things were happening under the surface. We didn't know. Some of the time he was in the basement, he wasn't playing a video game. He was coding. And it took its time for him to emerge and become who he became. So here's the truth. Urgency is not the answer. But we're not helpless at the same time, because I know that sometimes, especially for parents, teachers, mentors, we care, right? Again, going back to the beginning, this is important. We're not helpless. I do want you to feel empowered. But the pressure is not the answer. The environment, the soil, how are we cultivating this seed? If we were to look at Ricardo, myself, Billy, as seeds that maybe weren't growing in the time, or we weren't seeing the results that we wanted to see yet, we wouldn't immediately look at the seed and be like, it's broken. What's wrong with it? We would look at, is this seed getting what it needs? Does it have sunlight? Does it have rich, nutrient-filled soil? Going back to, the previous presentation as well, when we're speaking about a child, are they being nourished with healthy foods? Do they have movement in their bodies? Are they able to interact with all different environments? Do they have the opportunity to see different things, to maybe connect with something? Are we offering them the opportunity to look within, to reflect on themselves, to ask themselves some questions? So instead of forcing and pushing, saying, here's the external thing, go fit into it, because that's that constraint. That's that energy that makes us smaller instead of encouraging us to grow. How can we cultivate the soil? And then the number one thing is patience. If we are truly going to adopt the pace of nature, we can't say, okay, I see the things. Now let me force it into this human-driven timeline. The secret is patience. One more example from my life, and this is kind of a funny one because I was in my 30s at this point. And if you listen to the podcast that I recorded with Kohila earlier this week, I identified yoga as one of the things that really was a big turning point for me in my life. But when I first arrived at yoga teacher training, I noticed that all of the other instructors had this calmness about them. They had this peace. They were moving more slowly than I was. Nobody was in a rush ever. And I was always in a rush. I was always like, well, I've got to, if I have an hour, I'm going to try to fit 50 things in it. And there's only 60 minutes in the hour, but I'm going to make it happen. And that was, the way I was living my life. And so I looked at these people with this like sense of calm, and I was like, wow. And my reaction immediately was, how do I be like that? What book do I need to read? Is there an additional course I should be taking? What are the action steps that will lead me to that? That's what I want. And it's so funny looking back, like that I was still trying to force myself into this thing. I saw something, I said, I want it. And I immediately drive with this force and this pressure. And I was doing that to myself in all areas of my life. Now I can say I actually have found the embodiment of that slowness, of that peace. But there is no way that I could read a book or take a course or force myself into that. I had to allow it to unfold. I had to let life hit me at the same time as I was experiencing what I was experiencing at yoga, so that those things could come together for me to embody who I became. So I want us to do one
I
more.
have a question before you. Who
Yeah,
did you become?
please,
Who
please.
did you become? Share
Who
with
have
us.
who have I become? Okay. So I have become Katelyn Marie, scary, about to be noticed. I just got married, but I'm me. I am going back to that word earlier, authentic. I show up authentically as myself in all areas of life. And I really realized that prior, because of these categories and these things that we created, I would split myself into pieces. This is teacher me. This is friend me. This is daughter me. And I was morphing myself into these different things all the time. And it was very exhausting, very exhausting. So now I'm me. I'm just myself. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice
Awesome.
to meet you. Well, if I have time, Kohil, I wanted to do one more little visualization with people, but if we don't, I'm not sure. You let me know.
We're kind of, yeah, but is it short?
I will choose one. I had two, and I will choose one.
Perfect.
Okay. I just talked about me. We're gonna stick with ourselves. I was gonna have us visualize our children, but let's do ourselves. So everybody, wherever you are, if you're able to, close your eyes. Picture yourself as a child, whatever age feels right, any point. Ground yourself in a moment, in that moment, who you were at that age. What were you feeling? What stage were you going through? What was important to you at that time? This could be a happy and joyful time, or it could be a time you were experiencing challenges. But bring yourself there. And I want you to ground yourself with that child and notice the pieces of you and who you are that are already present in that little person. Consider what each of those pieces grew to become, because I'm sure you can see pieces of that child that exist within you as you sit here today and what they became. But in those moments, those parts weren't fully developed yet. Whether it's the resilience that you were growing through this challenge that you went through, whether it was that curiosity that blossomed into passion that brought you somewhere. But you were at a different stage in your becoming. Would you shame that child for not being the adult you now? No. Because there is no rush. You're exactly where you're meant to be. So send some love and compassion to that child version of yourselves. And then take that with you so that you can offer it to yourself in those moments when you feel behind, and offer it to your children in those moments when the world is telling them that they are behind. Because the truth is that none of us are behind. We are becoming. And at all times, in all spaces and places, you are exactly where you're meant to be. Thank you.
Wow. Amazing. Thank you. Those were amazing stories you've shared. Thank you. Any questions for Katelyn, Coach Katelyn? Thank you for participating to the audience. They did a lot of participation.
Yes, thank you all so much, so much.
So this fitting in urgency, pressure, where did we pick all of that up?
I think that the way that we structure school is a huge part of it. Again, as a teacher, I was very invested in this sense of urgency that was taught to me as, if you are a good teacher and you care about students, you will have a sense of urgency and you will push that. And if kids are behind, you will pull them, which really, in a lot of times, is we will drag them to where we want them to be. instead of respecting their own journey.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're a product of that as well, right?
Exactly. Yeah. And you only know what you know, and you end up embodying and teaching what you know. So it's not any of our faults. And I don't think it's done with any negative intention. It's done with very positive intention. But when we remember our roots, which is what we're doing today, right? Remember our roots in nature. It would be the same thing as trying to force a tree to grow in a certain direction or a certain timeline or to look a certain way when it's not meant to.
Absolutely. But when we tell our kids like that are not performing, like they're not getting their exams or tests, and then we say to them like, we have this clock, right? Like we all, as teachers, we have to finish the curriculum. We have to test them at the end, in the middle, and we have to produce grades, and it has to look good.
Yes.
If majority of them are failing, then what's wrong with the teacher? What are you doing? And there's no other help. What's wrong with the child? We might get some labels on that child, maybe, right? Those are the things that happen. But really, we don't teach the kids about time, though. There's nobody who teaches the sense of time to them. We know, like, because we've been forced to learn it ourselves. But like a lot of the time, people will say like they remembered everything, but when the timer came on, I forgot everything. I have many students like that. When they were practicing, how they would do perfectly and get perfect, put them under, even just set up a clock in front of them and say, there's 1 hour for you to do this. They shut down immediately.
Pressure.
So what happened?
Their nervous system. I mean, you put them into fight, flight, or freeze, and they're going to do one of them. They're either going to snap the pencil and throw it. They're going to freeze up, panic. Yeah.
There's no practice for us like that. Like we don't practice when we're practicing at home or when we're doing that. We don't practice under time. We don't teach them about time. You see?
Mm-hmm. And then we just throw it at them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And we're going to grade you. So crazy. What seems so obvious, it's not happening, right?
Yeah.
Would you like to share anything or ask the audience any questions?
Yes. So if you would like to open a coaching conversation, I would love to talk with you. My email is KatelynMarieNotice@gmail.com. I believe it should be posted somewhere as well.
Yes, right under here.
I also decided I wasn't going to do this at first, but I just am so excited about all of this. And I want to invite some new people and some new conversations. So the first 3 people to email me will receive 50% off of our discovery days, which is 5 full days of, coaching and building awareness with you or your child, whoever's seeking to release some blocks. So I would love to communicate with you.
I just got this light bulb moment as you're saying that. Now, you guys, all of you who are listening, maybe you go through one of our coaches' offerings of the program and you come to our October 18th live event, and then you meet the coach and us in person. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
That'd be so cool.
That would be cool. Awesome. Thank you so much. No more urgency. Just be here. You can't take tomorrow's breath, so don't even try. We have what's available right now. So breathe and continue. That's all you can do. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kohila.
So how was that? How was that presentation? Can you guys tell me? Amazing, lovely opportunity. Amazing. Anything else? Wonderful talk. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. So we have our next coach here, Coach Stacy. Come on up. I am so excited to meet you.
I'm excited to be here.
Very, very nice. So what are we talking about today? Rooted and ready, rebuilding self-trust from the ground up. Because you're talking about rooted, I would like to show my plant here.
Oh, please, yes.
The plant that I had it up unrooted. Look, it's rooted, and look at how it's happy already. Like I had it like 9:30. It was like in up and unrooted. Now it's rooted in its place. in its soil with the water, it's already starting to pick up. That's
It
how
looks much better. Much
already.
better.
I didn't do anything. I just gave some love, and you guys all gave some love. It's already happening. So we have to be rooted. It's very, very right here is the evidence. So what are we going to talk about? Let's look at Stacy stands for rebuilding confidence from. She did not share with me. She believes self trust is. She believes self trust is. I don't know, guys. She didn't tell me. She is committed to helping families create something. Looks interesting. She is here to remind us that when we trust ourselves, is that even possible, Tracy? To trust ourselves?
It is possible to trust ourselves. We'll
I
talk about
believe
that
you.
today.
Awesome. I'm ready. Welcome. We're
Thank
ready.
you so much, Kohila. That was a lovely introduction. All right. Before we begin, everyone, I want us to arrive together and be in this space, not just in the room that we're sitting in, but in ourselves. So we're going to do a little grounding exercise. I want to take a short moment to reconnect with your body and the ground that is beneath you. This exercise is going to use your breath and the image of a tree to help you feel calm, steady, and supported. So with each inhale, you'll draw in energy and strength. And with each exhale, you're going to gently anchor yourself using the words, I am rooted within. This will help your body and your mind to settle. So we'll just do a couple of breaths just to kind of get ourselves centered. So as you inhale, I will talk to you. And then as you exhale, you can say, I am rooted within. If you are in a place where you're not embarrassed to say it out loud, do it. It's powerful to speak to that part of you that is deep within. So inhale. Imagine energy rising from your feet, flowing up through your legs and your spine. And as you exhale, softly whisper, I am rooted. Feel your roots press deep into the soil. Inhale. Draw calm and warmth into your chest, filling your heart. Exhale. I am rooted within, letting that tension melt away and flow into the earth. Inhale. Feel your body alive, steady, and nourished. Exhale. I am rooted within, resting in the safety and strength of your own presence. What we are talking about today isn't another checklist. It's not a formula. I don't have anything that I expect of you. I just want you to be here for a few minutes and just arrive. That's all I'm asking. Because what I need you to understand is something that's really vital. The parent your child needs is not someone that you have to become. It's someone that you already are. The truth has always been there, somewhere buried underneath all the pressures and expectations, the constant pull that we feel, but it's still yours. So let's set aside the noise for just a moment and give ourselves permission to simply be here. Parenting has us in constant motion, but real leadership comes from being present. And presence is what your child remembers most. When I was growing up, I don't remember the chaos and all that other stuff. I remember those moments where my parents would stop what they were doing and put being an adult aside long enough to be in a space with me and hear what I had to say about the world. Presence is what your children remember. Through years of working with different families, my own journey as a foster parent, I have learned that trust and confidence are not created from nothing. They are uncovered because they've been there all along. And I want to share a story with you that really shows that. Her name was Celeste, and like so many teenagers, she was in that weird place between who she had been as a child and who she was becoming. And in the middle of all of this, her very best friend in the whole world, someone that she felt was loyal and there for her in every sense of the word, broke a relationship into tiny little pieces. It was a deep betrayal. And it was the kind that not only ended the relationship, but it rewrote Celeste's entire understanding of how the world worked. She didn't just question if her friend had been cruel. She knew that. She started to question what was wrong with her. Why did this happen to me? What have I done? What did I do wrong? What if I'm not good enough anymore? What if I don't even know how to trust my own instincts anymore? Because here's what happens. When self-trust breaks like that, it doesn't just stay small, it sends ripples out through everything. So her mother was understandably concerned, and she came to me and she said, I don't know what to do. I'm exhausted. I'm not sure how to help my daughter. She's not connecting with anyone, let alone me. Because what Celeste had done is she pulled back from everyone. She stopped doing the things she loved. She stopped talking to the people that she cared about. She just closed off and went into a shell. Here's the thing we don't always understand. When trust is broken, especially during adolescence, it's not just an emotional problem. It's actually neurological. The brain starts to rewire to survive. And the nervous system, once open to connection and once excited to connect, shifts into the self-protection place where it can't be reached. And it looks like withdrawal to those of us who are not experiencing it. It might be resistance. It may even look like apathy, but it's really none of those things. It is the body doing its very best to keep the heart from breaking any further than it already has. School became a battlefield for Celeste. Anyone who would encourage her would get lashed out at. She just didn't want anyone to tell her that she was good enough. When we would praise her, it would always be answered with, no, I'm not good enough. Why are you telling me that? That's completely ridiculous. Why would you say that about me? So the more we encouraged, the worse it got. And I began to realize, and her mother began to realize, that that was not what she needed. So we started to dig, and here's what we discovered. She simply needed permission to slow down, to not know the answers to everything, to feel what was true inside of her without the pressure of being okay. Because why should she have been okay? If any of us had someone betray us the way her friend had betrayed Celeste, we wouldn't be okay either. But she didn't have the coping mechanisms to deal with it, and that's why she shut down. When your nervous system goes into protective mode, you might curl inward because your internal compass, the thing that lets you know how the world is supposed to work for you, it's broken as far as you're concerned. So when your internal compass is no longer something that you can trust, then you don't hear that inner voice that tells you that you are a good and wonderful person who deserves good and wonderful things. That disappears. So I want you to think for just one moment with me. Have you ever seen that in your own child? Maybe you have seen it in yourself. That moment where what appears to be a lack of motivation is really a quiet grief and a silent plea to be understood. I remember Celeste's mom asked me, how do I build confidence in my daughter? How do I help her? But the truth of the matter is that's not the real question we needed to look for. So let's reframe this for a minute. First of all, we have to understand confidence isn't a personality trait. It is not a performance metric. It is what is called felt safety. It is a deep, quiet alignment with yourself. And it doesn't come from praise and achievement. It comes from inner congruence. What is inner congruence, you may ask? Well, it's the sense that who I am and how I show up in the world are in harmony with one another. And it isn't about changing what we see. It's about trusting who we really are at the core. So there's a tool that I like to use with my students and other children that I come in contact with in my family. And it's called the identity anchor. When a person loses trust in themselves, they start to drift, very much like a boat that is unanchored. The center may feel foggy. They float into questions like, am I good enough? Do I matter? Did I get this right? All of these questions begin to pile up inside, and they start looking outward for proof of their worth. And the more we search externally, the more unsteady we're going to feel. But when someone is anchored in who they are, not just what they do, the fog can begin to lift. It's about reconnecting with that sense of calm and reliability that you have within yourself. And that's what we began to work on with Celeste. She didn't need more accolades. She didn't need more praise. She just needed some stillness. She needed someone to hold a mirror up to her essence and not worry about her performance. She needed to understand that to be a leader for herself, she had to know herself. And then she had to understand she had nothing to prove to anyone. So here's something that you can do either with your child or even with yourself today that will help. I'll explain it and then we're going to do it together. When things feel overwhelming, I want you to ask yourself this question: what feels true right now? Not what is right or how do I fix this? Just what feels true right now. So I want you to take in a deep breath, really fill those lungs all the way up. And then if you want to, place your hand on your heart so you can center yourself. And then I just want you to whisper this to yourself: what feels true right now? Don't analyze it. Don't judge it. Don't question it. Just notice what comes to mind. This is the deepest form of guiding that we can have, is that trust in what is deep inside of us. Every time that we decide to pause and recenter instead of pushing ourselves, we're healing ourselves. And that is really what we want to accomplish. This one question can awaken that inner compass I was talking about. It reminds the nervous system, you are safe here. You are allowed to feel what you are feeling. Now, sometimes if you're really struggling, you need to go a little bit deeper and you need to be a little bit braver. So I'm going to give you 2 more questions that you can use. First, you want to ask yourself or your child, if your fear had a voice right now, what would it say? If you're actually asking someone, let them vocalize it. Let them feel the heavy for a second. And then reply with this. And if your truth had a voice, what would it say back to the fear? The beauty of this is it helps our children hear both voices. It acknowledges that both voices exist. And it does it in an environment where there is no judgment. And it's a powerful way to restore trust. Because sustainable trust isn't about silencing fear. It's about learning to hear the truth that's underneath it. And for Celeste, that core of healing began when she discovered that she could simply breathe. But I want to tell you something amazing. After all of that, Celeste learned to regulate herself. And something incredible happened. She began to trust herself again. She engaged in activities again. She began making new friends, people who understood her and were going to respect and appreciate who she was. She showed up to class with a lightness that I hadn't seen in her in months. And she rediscovered joy and got excited. She joined a writing club. She started doing all of these things that she'd always kind of thought might be fun, but she was too worried about the judgment that people would have for her for being a nerd that liked to write. So now, suddenly, she found herself in this place surrounded by people who understood and loved her for who she was. She grew tall and beautiful as her roots spread deeper and deeper into the earth. Her thought process changed. Her self-care changed. Her ability to give grace to herself expanded as her roots did. And she started to appreciate and understand who she was. That understanding made it easier for her to reach out to everyone else, and it made her powerful. But the thing that is so amazing about this story is not just Celeste, though she is amazing. What is amazing to me is that her mother went on this journey with her. She did not pull her and say, come on, get going. She didn't push her into it and tell her, you got to do this. You got to do this now. She calmly stood beside her and walked with her through the process. It was beautiful. She created a space where her daughter could see mirrored back to her the trust that her mother had for her in the process. And it gave Celeste the ability to find her own trust within. It was an absolute honor to witness that. To see them not just survive the challenge, but to emerge stronger and closer than they had ever been before. But see, that's the beauty of the nervous system, is it heals. It's being fully restored to trust within yourself. And it happens gently over time. If we allow our truth to be honored, our voice to be heard, our mistakes to be welcomed. Yes, I said mistakes to be welcomed for the growth that they bring. It will grow those roots so much more powerfully and stronger. So what I want you to understand is confidence is like the roots underground. It is not a firework. It is a garden. It doesn't explode. It grows over time, quietly, faithfully below the surface. And when we plant the seeds of presence, patience, and permission, that's when the real growth begins. I want you to think about your child for a moment. What part of them needs watering, not weeding? What part needs watering, not weeding? Because that's what's going to make the roots strong. They will rise, they will become, they will learn to protect their peace, and they will know their worth. Now, as an illustration of how important nurturing confidence is, I want to share with you a story about my own experience with parenting. My husband and I have been married for a little over 20 years, and we have never been able to have children. We have suffered with infertility our entire marriage. So we decided that we were going to become foster parents so that we would be able to experience the joy of parenting. And we invited a beautiful young woman into our home. She was 10 when she came in, and her name was Selena. She arrived carrying the most profound heartache. She had no trust in herself. She had no trust in anyone else. She was terrified of people. She did not feel safe in the world. She didn't feel safe within herself. And that is when I truly began to understand what felt safety was. As a teacher, I had talked about it for years, but I had never truly understood what it was. It was not a concept that I was teaching. It was a lived experience that I had to learn to embody. Otherwise, this child was never going to feel safe. So felt safety isn't being told, you're safe now. The words mean nothing when you are in crisis. It is physiological. It's knowing at a body level in your nervous system that you're not being judged, and you don't have to be fixed or evaluated. Your presence is welcome just the way it is. We have to meet our children where they are and let their cues guide us. And to do this, we have to be quiet enough to notice it. And I'm sure you can tell from the way I'm talking right now that I am not a quiet person as a general rule. So that was my challenge. I had to teach embodied leadership by showing up and not expecting answers to all the plethora of questions I had about why she was this way. None of it mattered. None of those questions mattered. All that mattered was being with her and letting healing emerge over time. We had to trust the process and not worry about the destination. We had to try to enjoy the journey and find our way on the journey, because there was no guaranteed destination with Selena. So we started small. We did deep breathing together. We did gentle meditation and neurological resets. We didn't talk about safety. We showed it to her. We helped her feel it, because that was what mattered the most. Change comes not by seeking perfection, but by embracing presence. And it isn't always linear. We have to remember that. There were days where, after weeks of things going well, she would shut down and go back into her protective shell. And on those hard days, I had to remember it wasn't about fixing her. It was about trusting the journey. I had to regulate my nervous system first, because kids don't just hear our words, they sense our energy, they feel our energy. And when I could breathe and stay grounded and trust, she could do the same thing. And over time, she began to unfold. And we had her laughing, and her voice was not, she was not scared to speak. Her imagination opened up like a beautiful garden. And she was an artistic, amazing soul filled with such a hunger to make the world a better place. And it was amazing to be able to just be there and lead in her healing. But I didn't fix her. It wasn't me that fixed her. I just offered presence and a belief to remind her of the wisdom and trust that she already had within herself. Leadership isn't about being fearless. It's about feeling that fear, feeling it deeply, and choosing trust anyway. Children don't need to be rebuilt. They need to be remembered. They need to be seen, and not for the struggles that they have, but for the power within them. We need to trust what lies within. Selena taught me as much as I ever taught her. Real healing comes from not fixing or controlling, but from presence, just being there. And when we make that place of trust for our children, they return that honor and they mirror that presence back. There are no perfect answers in this world, guys. There are no guarantees, but there are powerful practices, ways that we can teach our children and indeed ourselves to quiet that fight, flight, and freeze or fawn response. We can show our body that it is safe, and we can help our nervous system to rest and root. And when a child feels safe in their body, their mind can dream again. Their soul can breathe again. And from that place of rooted calm and connection, that's where transformation begins. This is what embodied leadership is supposed to look like, is staying present for all those questions and not worrying about the answers. Through their journeys, both Celeste and Selena, and so many children since then, I have learned that the strongest healing comes from not fixing or controlling. It comes from being present. It comes from trust and the realization that we're not broken beings in need of any kind of repair. So I want to ask you this one thing. What if the confidence your child needs isn't something they have to earn? We don't live in a world that would ask that kind of a question, right? It's all about what we can give, what we can be to everyone else. But the truth of the matter is, we need to be worried about where we are to ourselves. What if it's something they already carry within them, just waiting to be remembered? What if your nervous system right now could signal your children that they are safe, seen, and enough? Because I have news for you. It can. It can. How would it feel for them and for yourself to have that security? This journey isn't about finding solutions. I've said that many times now, and it's because I really want to drive that home. It's about trusting that inner wisdom and your instincts. May you remember, the confidence is not performance. It's a homecoming. not to a place, but to yourself, not to who you should be, but to who you already are. And as we end, I want to remind you to feel the ground beneath you, the same ground that your child stands on, the same earth that holds us all. You are already guiding with every breath and every pause and every moment you choose trust over fear. The world doesn't need your performance. It needs your presence. It needs you rooted and real and unafraid of who you are. That's where confidence lives. Not in applause, not in accolades, but in that quiet knowing that you belong here, that your child belongs here, and you're both already whole. May you be rooted. May your nervous system settle into this truth. May your children grow from the deep, quiet knowing that they are already enough. And may you trust, finally, fully trust the ground you stand on. Thank you.
Love it. Love it. Beautiful. Any questions for her? What? Stacy, I have to show you something.
Okay.
To show you something. So you saw the plant I had in my hand, right, this morning?
Yes.
Unrooted, right? It wasn't. Then I planted it to show at the end how it's going to grow, right? So it's already doing really pretty well, right?
Look how happy it is.
Already, right? But guess what? There's another magic thing happened. I was going to show at the end another plant and show that I wasn't sure completely. You know how we can't trust, right? Because we're in a system, we have to doubt ourselves. I wasn't sure if this is going to pick up the pace by the end of today to actually have some real rootedness, right? Like ground. Right. But it's already doing it. But guess what else happened? I brought another one to show them because it looks identical. So I could kind of show them and they will feel like it's magic. Look how but I don't have to. That's one thing. But look, the other plant I brought, look at the branch, what it's doing. I put them like this, right? Look at this branch that's going towards this other plant that I never unrooted. Do you see that? It's actually bending and going. How much has bended to go towards that? Why do you think it's going towards that? What's this plant? This is the one that never got unrooted. This was
I think it's because it can sense that other plant is rooted. And that's very much what our children can do. They will reach toward us if we give them that wonderful understanding that we are in that space with them and we want to share that with them.
And this happened within like less than half an hour of me putting these together.
That's so cool.
A plant is doing it. Isn't that amazing? I that was not planned. Like that's just God's magic there, and the plant's instinct.
That is magic.
But here's the thing: as you're saying, I looked at the plant. It's doing like one branch is just going that way. That's exactly what you did to your foster child. You grounded. You were rooted. You didn't do anything, so she came towards you.
I didn't demand anything of her.
And
that was hard sometimes.
But she felt the energy that you were grounded and you were rooted and your nervous system is what she needed. Isn't that amazing?
That's awesome.
Plants do it all the time. We have so much to learn from plants. Don't we?
We do.
Yes. So, wow, I know. Wow. I actually was going to show the other plant as the plant that I planted, but I don't have to now anymore. I just showed you guys I have two plants. But any questions for Stacy? I loved it. Amazing. So I want to go back to one of the slides. Can you answer this for us? She's here to remind us that when we trust ourselves, what was it that you were going to share with us?
I'm here to remind you that when we trust ourselves, everything aligns. We know deep inside we are whole already. We just forget it sometimes. So I'm here to remind you that when we trust ourselves, we become aligned and we are able to do what our children need us to do for them because we're being present and aware.
Beautiful. Anything else you want to share with our audience?
Yes, I would love to share my website and a chance to work with me. I have strategy sessions that I have put together. And for the first 3 families that contact me, I will give them a free 5-day strategy session where we'll sit down and talk about what's going on with them and see how I can help to ease some of the burden.
Beautiful. We have Stacy's information in the journal, as well as she wrote an article, which we launched yesterday, our special edition, Parenting, Learning, and Living magazine. If you don't have any of those, we have all the links here in this chat, and it's pinned. So please do grab that, and you can connect with Stacy there. But I do want you to acknowledge this comment here before you go.
We have to set the example. We can't expect our children to self-regulate if we don't demonstrate the same behavior. Definitely true. Definitely true. Thank you, Alicia. That's a really good comment.
What about if I have a guilt, like sometimes I have guilt, like I demonstrated poor behaviors ahead of time. Like, how do I change myself back again to the right?
We're not perfect. We're not going to be perfect. We're going to make mistakes.
I was taught to be perfect, Stacy.
No, perfection isn't something we can have.
I was supposed to get grades, and
I'm sorry, I can't agree about perfection. I've had perfection complexes in the past. They never served me well. Okay. So instead, I will say this. I think that what we need to do is understand and grant ourselves some grace, and then just do the best that we can moving forward. We can't change the past any more than we can find yesterday's breath. We have to live in the present and do the best we can in the present.
Yes. And small steps, those micro steps, right?
Micro steps, baby steps are good.
Yeah.
They still get you moving.
Yes. Like, look at this, what just happened in front of us. These plants, 2 plants are demonstrating something so powerful, right? So powerful here. So here's another one. As a mother, be willing to apologize. Oh, don't I have to be always right?
No, I think children benefit deeply from the knowledge that their parents are not perfect and make mistakes. It allows them and gives them permission to be imperfect and make mistakes. So thank you. I would agree. Apologizing when we make mistakes is vital. Yeah.
Otherwise, we're just sending the wrong message that, when they can't come to us unless they're perfect.
And who's going to ever be perfect? That's great.
That's what happens. Like, sometimes these scams, the scammers who take photos of kids and, threaten them. A lot of the kids who end up killing themselves, they never talk to their parents because they probably felt like this is not something my parent will accept. It's not perfect. Yeah. This is not something they're going to think I'm bad.
Giving a place of safety is important. And when we align ourselves with our children, the beauty is that they do want to communicate with us.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Stacy, and all her information is in the journal as well as our magazine, and it's showing up here as well. But don't worry copying that, because if you're like me, I'm going to copy one or the other letter the other way around. Flip the letters. That's how I always write things down, and I'm like, it's not working. That's why I put it in the journal as well as in the magazine. Please get the links for both of them and sign up for the magazine. We do release them, publish them with all of our coaches' wisdom every 2 months. So thank you. Next one is October. Now I'm going to bring our next speaker, but I just wanted to show you this plant. I'm so amazed. Look, I want to show you this. You guys need to take a picture. Look how this branch is going towards this, because this is so regulated. If you were a parent, this is you. This is your child. If you were husband and wife, or you are a partner, if your nervous system becomes like this, your partner nervous system, even if they were unrooted, will become like this. And it was in short amount of time. And we and plants are not that different. We're very closely related. Awesome. My next speaker is here for us. It's going to be MC. No, our coach, MC, is here. She is going to talk about what? What is she going to talk about? What rhythm can do? What Rhythm can do that. Reminders never could.
Never could.
Okay,
Yes.
read that twice. Okay. I was getting lost a little bit. Tell us, what is it? What are you going to talk about? What are you going to share with us?
It's all about rhythm. And I'm just gonna show people how they have it already. They just need to dig it out.
Awesome. Let me show you her blissful life a little bit here. So she is here to show us, or she stands for building family life on something. We will find out. Why is this slide thing on top? I need to get that off. I'm just going to remove it and put it back. It's hiding the words. I can't read it. Oh, there we go. It's right in the middle. Okay, she believes consistency is the. Not going to tell me, right? You're going to keep it and share with the audience. Okay.
Yeah.
She is committed to showing families that something, something, something. We'll find out. And look at what she's doing. I told you she's living a blissful life. I haven't got to that point yet, but one day. She is here to show us that consistent patterns regulate more deeply than something. I don't know how consistent you do this, MC. Oh my God, you're in the sky. You need to tell us about that. But welcome. Thank you for being here. It's all
Well,
yours.
thank you, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity for me to share to everyone, and thank you to everyone who's joining us live, and and also those that are going to be watching the replay later on. So thank you. So what I'm not going to start with, any strategies right now. I'm just going to start with rhythm because that's where the healing begins. And I'm going to invite you to join me, and we're going to find ours together. We're going to find our rhythm together. So do lead the slide number 1. There we go. Okay. So what I want you to do is I want you to put your right hand over your heart and your left hand over your belly. Put your feet flat on the floor. And I want you to feel and just kind of be in connection with the rhythm of your heart. And so that when we're going to be breathing, you can, just focus on trying to calm down that rhythm so that it's going to be steady, so that your rhythm is open to what we're going to be talking next and showing what I'm going to be showing you next. So we're going to breathe in 4 counts, and we're going to hold for 2, and we're going to breathe out for 6. So if you're ready, we're going to start now. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on for 2. And breathe out. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we're going to do it again. So breathe in for 4. Hold for 2. And breathe out for 6. And one more, just to make sure we're grounded. Breathe in for 4. And hold for 2. And breathe out for 6. Thank you. All right. So before I tell you about my daughter and our little story, I want to ask you this question, and I want you to think if you've ever watched either your child or a student become so capable that they forgot how to settle and how to rest. So just think about that for a minute. You can jot it down on a piece of paper. You can share it in the chat if you want. So when have you ever watched your child or a student, become so capable that they forgot how to settle and rest? So what I want to do is I want to share my story, and it's about my daughter Katelyn.
So my daughter Katelyn, she was the kind of child that all my friends, other parents, everybody was like, oh wow, like they were just marveled at her and how independent she was, how initiative she was and organized and just consistent. And just asking like, what did you do? I didn't do much, but that was her. So she was one of those that, everybody was just like in awe. And so by the time she was like 4 years old, she basically figured out she could leave me sleeping in, thank goodness, and get up and just grab a yogurt and something to eat and go downstairs in the TV room and just put on our favorite show with the PVR and just, be her own little self and just content. And then she would even, ask if she could go to bed. Usually it's a fight, but not with her. She was always asking, can I go to bed now? And she would just put herself to bed. And even now she's 20 and she still follows the same routine and rhythm. She needs to be in bed early. So, um, what people didn't realize or what they didn't notice is like the whole storm that was going underneath all that. So her nervous system, it was constantly scanning for danger. It was just like absorbing everything like a sponge. So the emotional chaos around her, it would be like she would take it in. And she would carry everybody's stress like it was her own stress, unfortunately. So, but people didn't really see that. So, and then 7 years ago, her father and I, we separated, and then her rhythm just started to shatter. And mine did too, in one way. So, because it brought a lot of uncertainty into the open, like where would we live and how would this all work? And even though her dad and I managed to separate without drama, there was not a big fight going on. Just the not knowing was eating us both alive, unfortunately. And so for Katelyn, school became a big mountain, and she had to struggle to climb it on a daily basis. And so homework was a battle. It was always, I don't get it, I don't understand, and just like like the stress and anxiety would show up. And then for me as a parent, I just felt like I was failing her again. And I had a really big guilt feeling in my gut. So, and you probably have experienced that or have seen this as well, like watching your capable child or watching a capable student just struggle with invisible battles. And in the meantime, as a parent, you're trying to fight your own battles, because you know what, kids, they just feel everything, don't they? Yeah. So one day, by accident, everything kind of shifted because I decided to take a teaching job at her school. And I thought I was escaping my own, toxic work situation and not being happy with where I was teaching and stuff like that. So, but what I didn't realize is that I was going to stumble on something that would just change everything. Because what happened is that she didn't really need to take the school bus. We could just drive to school together. So that 20-minute between the our home and school just changed everything. So it became, kind of like this little magical moment that was just there between my driveway and the school parking lot. And so what happened is that most morning we didn't really talk much. And sometimes she would just, she would decide to play her own favorite tunes on the car radio, streaming that. And sometimes we just sat in a very comfortable silence and just trying to wrap our head around, what the day was going to be like ahead of us. But we did that every single day. And we weren't trying to fix anything. We had no agenda, but still her nervous system started to trust again. And there was no intervention. And we were just like present consistently. And her nervous system started to trust again. And we weren't trying to fix anything at all. But her nervous system started to, you know, trust again. So just, being in presence one and another and doing that consistently, that was what brought her to trust her system again. So now that I'm looking back, I think that for a moment there, we were just like, we were able to exhale, like we were able to breathe properly. And that didn't happen for quite a few months before that. So those drives, they became kind of our little sacred time, but they became our rhythm and they became our anchor for both of us. So she wasn't suddenly better at math and better at science, and she didn't become more confident with her friends, but she was less anxious and she was less reactive and she was more herself. The anxiety was not gone, but it was not running the show in the background anymore, which was huge. It was big. So now, how would that change in, like what basically, how did that change is I didn't give her better tools for anxiety and stress management. I just gave her something that was better than a tool. I gave her this predictable nervous system rhythm that said, you're safe. You're safe right now, and you do not have to perform anymore. So, what I didn't realize at the time is that those 20-minute rides every day, each way, they became the medicine that we needed, both her and I. Not because of what we did, but because of what we stopped trying to do. So, when the day moves in the right rhythm, well, children and parents, we all experience safety that is anchored in an emotional soil that is soft enough, but a steady enough soil to create stability. And when we experience safety, the mind becomes ready to expand into new learning and into new experiences. So, rhythm creates the safety when things are predictable, when there is a connection, and when there's small moments of joy that the families can count on. So we didn't need a new plan or more reminders. So these quiet moments of presence, well, they created the safety and the co-regulation that her anxious nervous system absolutely needed. So we needed the same breath at the same time every single day. So here's what I learned through all this is that healing, it's not linear, it's rhythmic. And safety, it's not taught, it's felt. And your nervous system will trust repetition, it will not trust reminders. So you don't need car rides like her and I did, but you need to find and you just need that moment of rhythm. So now I want you to take like a nice deep breath and just take a moment to think. So, what is one moment in your day that repeats itself without any effort needed? And I want you to think, could that moment become a ritual, a rhythm for your family? So just sit on that one for a moment because Sometimes we tend to do things on such, like an automatic pilot kind of like run, that we forget that we have those little rituals and those rhythms, and we don't pay attention to them. So I'm going to show you a couple examples of actions, but also like phrases that like would be very simple for you to just like implement or tweak and make it work for your family. So it could be something like a Tuesday night walk. So every Tuesday, you walk around the same neighborhood, you do the same loop, there's no agenda, and you do it rain or shine. And that can become your anchor during times that are not certain. It could also be something like a kitchen cleanup dancing moment. Every day for 10, 15 minutes, you put some music, everybody does silly dance moves, everybody's laughing. But this can also become a predictable moment of joy because it will anchor everything and make everything feel more manageable. And some of you probably already have some little traditions, but even something as simple as like a Sunday morning pancake ritual. So the smell, the sizzle, the rhythm, week after week, and it just can be something that is simple, but that becomes an emotional North Star for your chaotic time and your week that you just had and your week that's coming ahead. So these are little, gestures and action rituals that you are of rhythm that you can implement, but there's also grounding phrases that you can implement. So you can create a moment of connection by agreeing on a phrase that will build some trust and understanding in relationships in the family. Something like if you say, "Back to us, here we are together." Those phrases can be used during the day at any moment and create some connection. It could be something that will bring presence for the family, and it could be something that will get like feet on the ground and hearts together, or a phrase like our rhythm, our pace. And those can create a safe and supportive environment for everybody in the family. It could be moments of awareness, like a phrase for awareness that could enhance emotional regulation and resiliency. Something that, how are you carrying your day today? Or time to come home to ourselves. So it brings awareness in where you are and who you're with. It could be phrases that can bring some growth. So things like shoulders down, hearts to open, or time to soften. And this can bring healing through shared experience amongst the family. So those little micro rituals, they can regulate way much more than what a chart can do, or strategies or techniques. And I'm sure some of you have probably implemented or tried and implement those in your family rituals. Because what happens is that if you have those little moments of rhythm, they will make the body feel safe. And they will also be like bring some your mind can breathe again. And when you have something like that, that is what's going to bring everything together. Because maybe you're like me, like what I was, and you're trying so hard that you're exhausting yourself, and you're wondering if you're doing the right thing, if you're doing enough, if you're saying the right things as well, and you're trying to just handle the struggles the right way, and it's exhausting. So what I want you to remember is that your presence is way more powerful than any parenting technique. Just being there. And I think we've kind of touched base on that in the last couple presentations. Your consistency It matters way more than your words. And your rhythm, your calm attention, that's the medicine that is needed for your child's anxious heart. And sometimes the most healing thing you can offer is just to show up again and again in the small moments that make up your days. Because children, they don't need you to be perfect. They just need you to be present, to show up consistently and lovingly. And that's enough, and you're enough. And sometimes we need that little reminder. So before I move on and we go and wrap up this session here, I want you to ask yourself these 4 important questions. So I want you to ask yourself, and you can jot some things down, or if you feel comfortable, you can put it in the chat, and you can come back to them later in the replay if you need to. But what is one rhythm that you already have as a family, but you have not named it or you have not honored it? Because it's probably already there and you didn't realize it. And where has urgency replaced the connection in your home? Because everything is so fast paced. We are always on the go. And we kind of lose connection when we are in such like a fast speed, urgency, rhythm of life. My next question is, how does your nervous system need rhythm as well? Because, even as adults, we need our own rhythm. So, do you need to set yourself some weekly time of like a yoga session, or getting together with friends and re-anchor yourself? So where is your system also needing some rhythm? And my last question is, what would change in your healing as a family if it would just start with a rhythm? Because I'm sure you can come up with a few thoughts on that. So you don't need to keep up with like all the parenting advices and systems, and we get so bombarded right now with everything that's on social media. I want you to remember, you just need to keep close. You need to keep in rhythm. You need to breathe, and you need to keep to what is real in the moment between you and your child. So the answer has been within you all along. You are enough. And when the consistency comes from care, not control, then healing can happen really quickly. But it can happen completely, and that's the key here. So maybe your family is not really looking for another plan or strategy. Maybe what you're waiting for is just simply rhythm. A rhythm that is steady, a rhythm that is quiet, one that is familiar, but finally a rhythm that is safe. Because rhythm does regulate way more than what reminders can do. So, rhythm is the medicine. It's probably the medicine that, like your family rhythm just needs. So maybe your home is like super noisy and chaotic and imperfect, but your home could also be rhythmic. And that's because rhythm does not erase what is hard. There's always going to be hard moments and hard stuff, happening. But rhythm can make it survivable, and it can make it beautiful. So I want to end on this note. So it's not a fix, it's a return to your roots, one rhythm at a time, because rhythm is the return home. Thank you.
That was amazing, MC. Thank you. Thank you. You were
You're
supposed to
welcome.
talk about what you were giving. I thought there was a beautiful gift on there on your slide. Can I see? Is there one? Are you giving something to our
So
audience?
yes, so I would like to offer a coaching experience because I really, really believe that every child can reach their full potential if they have their own blueprint, success blueprint. So I'm offering a free 5-day full system scan and clarity kickstart coaching experience to the first 3 people to reach out to me. And so you can scan the QR code that is on the screen right now, and it will lead you to all the different ways of connecting with me. And then we can look at how we can understand your child's system patterns, their natural rhythm of learning, uncover the root cause of their challenges, and then end up with co-creating a customized plan that will I'll honor them as a child and who they are, but also how their brain works. And I'm, like it can work with, family members, adults as well. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. There's a lot of love in the chat. Make sure to
Uh-huh.
go and see all the love you're getting. We're running a little late, so I'm going to save the questions. And I've had a great idea as I'm standing here. We should have a summit recap event on like Tuesday or something. Like we should come together
Ah,
to some of those things that you're talking about. I think we should do that. I think so. Would be
yes.
yeah. So
Going
thank
back in going back in rhythm after.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. We'll
You're
see you
welcome.
on
Thank
Tuesday
you.
to dig a little deeper and have some curiosity around some things you said. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Okay,
you're
we have
welcome.
our next guest here. She's all ready for us. That is Coach Tony. Welcome. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm really excited to be here and thank you for this opportunity. There's been so many fantastic speakers and I'm just honored to be speaking among them. So thank you.
Yes. Yes. So, in a world that taught us control is how you get calm, you're saying the opposite. Calm without control. Okay. How to lead from inside out. I thought we have to follow everything from outside. I'm not sure about this talk, but I believe her. She stands for leadership that begins with, she didn't tell me. I asked her, sorry, but she's here today. She believes calm is the, no idea. She is committed to helping parents lead without, we will find out. She is here to remind us that a regulated leader creates. Tell us, what do they create?
All right.
Welcome.
Thank you. Just looking at how to get my slides up.
Oh, got it. I got it for you. There you go.
Got it? Okay, thank you. So my topic today is leadership. And every child is looking for leadership. They're looking for nurture, comfort, safety, guidance, modeling how to be, for teaching. And in psychology, they call this their primary attachment. And today I'll talk about this primary attachment as leadership. This attachment needs to last as long as the child needs to be parented. In the past, these leaders, these primary attachments, were parents and teachers. Since the 1950s, it's started to become peers. That is when the peer culture came in. But now there's something new trying to lead your children. If you were here yesterday, you heard Kohila talk about the impact of social media on children. And I think we've all experienced how much our children crave access to this. And in reading the book, The Anxious Generation, this is an addiction. And it's an addiction that's been designed carefully using psychology and experiments to how to keep these students' eyes on the screen as long as possible. The more eyes you have on the screen, the more you can charge for advertising. And this internet access that they're going to is really designed with science to create consumers. And maybe you can type in the chat, have you ever had the feeling that what your child sees on the internet has more of an influence on them than you do as a parent?
We'll wait for a few minutes. Do you want me to help
Yeah.
you change the slides? Am I supposed to be on the next slide?
I'm
or-
okay.
Okay,
I'm
perfect.
okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. There's always a little delay, so we gotta wait. So
Okay.
say the question again. Say one more time. What you
Have you
asked me?
ever had the feeling that your child that what your child experiences and sees on the internet has more of an influence on them than you do?
Yes.
Have you
Samantha says,
experienced
oh
that?
yeah. Oh yeah. Molly says,
Yeah.
oh yeah. Ruth says, oh yes. Oh yes. Absolutely, Allison. Yeah.
So you're not alone. This is really real, and it's creating a generation of children with alarming levels of anxiety because their primary attachment is shifting away from their family into a world that doesn't care about them. This isn't a leader that cares about the safety or the soul of your children, not in the same way that you care. And so now more than ever, we need to lead our children. We need to have ways to lead them away from these disconnected experiences and back to the root, back to what matters: family, connection, and the natural world. We need to lead them back to a place that feels safe and where they're loved unconditionally, a place of healthy growth. The people that they meet on the internet and their peers never have that unconditional love for them. Everything is conditional. And because of that, it creates high levels of anxiety in our children. They want to please everyone, but they can lose their belonging. They can lose their love in an instant if they say the wrong thing, if they wear the wrong clothes. And they don't have that sense of always being on shaky ground causes the anxiety. So our leadership in the home and the classroom is challenged like it's never been challenged before. And it's not easy. But our leadership also matters more than ever. And my hope today is that you will leave confident that you can lead your children and your family back to what's whole and safe and nourishing. But before I do that, I would like you to think about a couple of questions. I want you to go back to your past. And what did leadership look like to you growing up? There's no right or wrong answers. Just go with your gut feeling. You might think of the leadership you experienced in your home, at school, perhaps in your church that you went to, in any clubs or anything that was organized. So when you were a child, what did that leadership look like to you? And if you can type that in chat. And the second question to think about for chat is, who held the power? And the last question, how did it feel in your body when you experienced that leadership? Voice wasn't valued, control, seeing a lot of people saying control, others held the power, it was uncomfortable, fear. Yeah. Adults had the power. And these are the themes that came up, and I'm not surprised. This is what we've all experienced. We've all experienced this external power, control, rewards, consequences. This is what we experienced as children at school and at home. And it's how I started out as a classroom teacher. This is what I learned in my educational training. And many teachers and parents do the same. And when you look at parenting books, they also talk about this. You will have the idea of rules and consequences. There may be sticker charts, there may be rewards for things. And that's a very external type of leadership where the power is coming from outside of the child, and sometimes even outside of the parent or the teacher. And so it's how I started out. I was all about rules, consequences, commanding the attention of the class. That's what I saw modeled in my student teaching. It's what I was trained to do in my classroom management classes. And when you get to a school, it's often what the student handbook reinforces. Usually there's a code of conduct, and then there's things that are going to happen if you don't follow that code of conduct. And I was told I had to be a leader, to be a teacher. I was also told that I had to control the classroom. If I didn't control the classroom would control me. And in working with student teachers, this is still what terrifies teachers when they first come out to teach, this idea of a loss of control. I still have nightmares about it. It's getting close to September. I'll probably have 1 or 2 nightmares about being in the classroom with the children running everywhere and me not being able to stop it. Have you, as a parent, have you ever had a nightmare like that? Your children running around wild, and there's nothing that you can do to stop them? If you have had one, just type a yes in the chat. Seeing a not sure what that one means. Laura's experienced that, yes. Okay. They did run wild sometimes. Sometimes the nightmare is real. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And we really fear losing control. We really do. But one thing I want to share is that children are born wanting a connection with their primary caregiver, and they want to be good. When that connection is strong, they want to be good. They're not going to run around and destroy everything unless we control them. So I'd like to share a personal story with you. It's a story about the person who transformed the way I think about leadership and how I lead in my classroom and how I lead in life. This is my leadership mentor. This isn't a picture of the actual boy, but this was a boy that I met in the hallway. And he was a student in my very first classroom. I had been there watching for a while before I had to teach him. I learned that he was in grade 5. He was already a smoker. He was disruptive. He was rude, and he was unteachable, the teacher said. I noticed in the first week that I was there that he was in the hallway every day, and he was there more than he was in class. Sometimes he would be in the hallway in the first half an hour of the day. And when I asked why he was out there, I was told, well, that's where he's always been. One teacher said he spent his whole academic career in the hallway. So he made me very nervous. I had watched him, and his behavior was extreme, and it was disruptive to everyone in class. In all of my student teaching, I had never experienced a student this extreme. So I took a deep breath and I did what I was trained to do. I made a plan. I had rules, I had boundaries, I had consequences. I sat him close to the front of the classroom and I braced for the storm. And the first day that I taught, I made sure that I greeted all the students at the door. And when they were all in, I walked in and I got a storm. I'll never forget this first lesson. I walked into the classroom and immediately he leaped out of his desk, got 2 inches away from my face and went, and then he sat back and looked at me like, what are you going to do? So I took a breath and I followed my plan and I gave him a warning. That's one. But he kept disrupting. He disrupted every minute of the lesson. He blew past all the warnings. He knew that I couldn't control him. And the system that I was in with external leadership and the power said, send him out. the needs of the many over the needs of the few. Students aren't learning, send them out. Power said to control them. But something in me didn't agree with that. That didn't sit right with me. I don't think that any child wants to be sitting in the hallway alone, separated from their peers, not learning every day. Why was he doing this? I was very curious why he was doing this. And my thinking started to change. I stopped thinking, how am I going to control him? And started thinking, what is this behavior trying to say? What's happening? I needed to know more. The other students in the class helped me understand about what was happening in this boy's life outside of school. I found out that he wandered around his neighborhood at night. All night. I also learned that he would often come to their houses and knock on the door to invite them to play right at dinner time. And many of the parents knew that he was hungry and they would invite him in to eat. I learned that his mother was struggling with severe alcoholism. So I started to understand where this behavior was coming from. He wasn't a defiant student. He was a boy who was hungry, unseen, and he was longing for a safe place. He was looking for a steady adult. The hallway wasn't the answer to that. So I did something very radical for the school. I stopped trying to control him. I stopped treating his disobedience as disobedience and started seeing it as a survival strategy, a survival signal. For him, the classroom was a very risky place. He'd been in the hallway since grade 1. He hadn't been doing any learning. He was going to fail if he came into the classroom and tried to do what the other students were doing. Outside in the hallway, that was safe and comfortable. So the first thing I needed to do was to keep him in the classroom. I needed to make him feel safe. And so I started working very deliberately to connect to him. When he challenged me with behavior, I regulated my nervous system first, using breathing. I grounded myself before speaking to him. I would talk to my brain and say, look, he's not being disobedient because he's a bad kid. He's being disobedient because he doesn't feel safe and he would rather run to the hallway. I breathed before I reacted and I spoke to him calmly. And then instead of making plans for his behavior, I started making plans for him to have little wins every day. And I got to know him. Took as much time as I could to ask him what he was doing at recess, what things he liked, who his friends were, what books he liked to read. And very slowly, things started to change. The first win for me was that he stayed in class for an entire class. The second was when he was in class and started paying attention, starting to look interested at what was going on. And slowly, he started learning. And he was excited about it. And I was astonished when he started leading himself. He really loved being able to help others. If he heard another student having a problem, he would be up out of his desk and over there right away to help. He was doing this because he wanted to do it for me. He came into the classroom now and he wanted to do this work. And so he was doing it. I'd given him a safe place and a safe adult where risks were safe. And I really changed what he was working on to make sure that he could never fail. Take it as far down as I need to make sure that he's going to be successful and just build on that every day. This change that in me came purely from compassion and instinct. I felt his energy in that hallway and it was not a happy energy and I wanted to do something about it. What I know now in taking Blocks to Flow training is his behavior was his protective system in overdrive. He didn't know how to be a part of the class yet and he didn't feel safe there. So his behavior was designed to get him out of there as fast as possible, where he was happy and safe. And his behavior had my emotional dashboard flashing red that first day oh my goodness, that is a moment where your career flashes before the front of your eyes. But I chose to stay regulated. I met him where he was, without judgment, without pressure, without pushing. And we started with being in class. That's where he needed to be first. He needed to learn it could be safe. And there were many more challenging times. I didn't wave a magic wand. We both needed a lot of practice. But together, we created a nervous system safety loop. Our relationship, my calm and my curiosity, and his trust, these helped me lead him back to being successful in the class. Most importantly, he saw me as that leader that he wanted to be good for. I didn't need the consequences anymore. The consequence was he might disappoint me. He might not be able to do what he asked me to do, what I asked him to do. I don't fault his other teachers. They were doing what they were trained to do. And this is what we know, and this is what we've experienced. So teachers, many teachers do this. So, and maybe you have done it. Maybe you've sent your child to their room or grounded them or taken away a privilege and regretted it later. Maybe your instinct is still to correct behavior with control instead of connecting. And it doesn't make you a bad leader. It just means that no one has taught you how to lead from calm until now. So if you trust that inner instinct and you lead with calm and curiosity and compassion, you're going to strengthen your relationship with connection. And that is something that is going to draw children back to you. At the end of the year, I realized that this boy gave me a gift. I like this quote from Richard Bach that every problem has a gift for you within its hands. This boy taught me the power of leading from within, from what was within him and what was within me. He taught me to trust my instincts. He taught me to calm myself first, to help him do the same. He taught me to connect before fixing, taught me to stay curious and to act with compassion. And he also taught me that even the most difficult children will come back if they're given the right opportunities. And that affected the rest of my career. I never looked at a child and thought, this child cannot be successful in class ever again. And so over the next 25 years, I've used this approach with dozens of students, with dozens of children with various challenges. I've made a lot of mistakes, and I still do. But I've also made incredible progress with many, many students. And you don't have to be perfect to do it. You just have to be human and present, curious, be compassionate, and be soft. Because every child wants to be good for someone. And many children who have experienced difficulty with behavior, when they have someone who's soft with them and they find that person, they've been looking for that for so long, and they will really work hard. And we're born this way. Our minds are programmed for this. So for this boy who didn't have anyone, I decided to be that someone, to lead him instead of controlling him. So the next time when your behavior has you on edge, remember, what works is calm, not control. Curiosity, not judgment. What is this behavior telling me? Not, oh my God, my child is out of control. They're being bad. Think about relationship, not rules. If the relationship is strong, you don't need to have all the rules and the consequences. And when you do that, you're working from a place of leadership, not power. And that connection is the foundation for child rearing. Without it, no parent strategy is going to work. The soft leadership builds that connection and brings your child back. Leadership through power and control breaks connection, makes things worse, because now they've realized that that person that they want to be good for is not seeing them that way. And whatever happened to get them there, now you've piled on something else. So it makes it worse for them. Leadership through power can also send your children looking for leadership elsewhere among their peers or to people on the internet, looking for someone who's going to give them a safe space. I want you also to remember the gift, because children are all looking for connection. And those most challenging moments, those meltdowns, if they're handled with leadership, with soft leadership, with compassion, that is an opportunity to make a powerfully strong connection with your child. And it's a gift. It's an opportunity to show them that you are the steady, loving leader that they crave. The leader that gives them unconditional love, that gives them good support, healthy support. That leader is going to feel better than their peers, better than the internet. It will guide them much more effectively, compassionately. When you hold them with unconditional love and support, your children will feel it. It's what they're all looking for. And that's how we lead them back. We lead them back through calm, curiosity, and compassion. I have one more slide, but before, I'd like to give you a strategy that you can use to calm. So we've talked a lot about breathing, and breathing is a good strategy. That's a good go-to. This is another one. We've talked about the brain to gut connection, and there is a nerve that we have in our body that goes all the way from our brain all the way down into our stomach and goes through a lot of our organs. It's illustrated in yellow on this diagram. It's called the vagus nerve. And when you stimulate the vagus nerve, it calms your brain. So let's try that one right now. And teachers, if you have students in your classroom that like to hum when they're doing everything, humming also stimulates the vagus nerve. And so this might be a replacement that you can suggest if the humming is causing the class to be loud. All right. So what you want to do is you want to go to your ear and find just the first bump. Go just underneath the first bump and put your finger in there really gently and just give it a nice soft massage. Just in circles, just softly. This, when I'm very, very stressed out, I feel this all over my body. And when I don't feel it, I know that it's good, I'm calm. Another spot that you can try is to go down where your ear canal is to the next bump underneath, like the last bump before you get to the edge of your ear. And you can also give that part a bit of a massage. And then you can take your whole ear and pull it sort of down towards your skull and back. Just give it a gentle pull. Then do the same thing. Pull it up and back. And then the same thing. Pull the lower part of your ear, pull it down and back. You can do that for longer. You can do it on both ears. And if you find that that is something that helps you get calm, there are lots and lots of other ways that you can explore to stimulate that vagal nerve. I hear that they're looking at vagal nerve implants to treat inflammatory diseases like arthritis. It's a very important nerve in our body. So, how do you respond in a meltdown? Well, I saw recently a comparison of two teachers, and it's a student who's 5 years old who's having a meltdown in a classroom. And the first teacher calls the office. This student can't be in the classroom. Get them out of here. Second teacher starts to use calming techniques on the meltdown. So model yourself using calming techniques. Talk it out loud. I do this in my classroom. I'll say, I'm feeling a little bit out of sorts here. The class is getting a little bit loud. I know it's because you need a break, but before I do that, I need to take some deep breaths. And I'll take my deep breaths. Model a regulation strategy, a co-regulation strategy. You could draw rainbows on the floor. I'm just going to draw some rainbows on the floor. Your child can join you if they want. Another great one when a meltdown is happening is ask them to carry something to help you. Do you want to come to the kitchen with me and we'll move that water jug there over onto the counter? And once you've used these strategies and you feel that a child is emotionally regulated, they're out of that red zone, out of the yellow zone, back to the green zone, that's when you can ask them to talk about what's bothering. And earlier, Stacy Griffin shared many of the things that you can do with your family to build these connections. I mean, when you talk about them, you can say, what feels true right now? No judgment, no blame, no analysis, just what feels true. And when you build those connections, you're going to create a leader that your children want to follow. And when they want to follow, you're going to find that all of those consequences aren't going to be necessary anymore. And the connection will just build stronger and stronger and stronger, because that's what your child needs. So before we go, I would like to set an intention. It's good to say these things out loud. So if you can place your hand over your heart, and I want you to say it out loud. Calm is my power. I lead from the inside out. My child doesn't need my control. My child needs my regulation, and my presence can lead. I also have an offer. So for this summit, I'm offering a 5-day inner ecosystem exploration to gently uncover what's behind your challenges. What are behind the challenges that you're having with your child? And to co-create, or challenges that you're having with yourself. And from that, we would co-create a personalized plan for growth. This would be an in-depth look at what is happening with the person, the environment. And you can get all of my information by using the QR code that's on the page. And that's the end of my talk. Thank you all for being here. I'm excited to be sharing this information with parents today.
Yes, thank you so much. It's amazing. Learned so much. Thank you. So her information also, Coach Tony's information is in the journal, and she's got an article in our magazine. So you can also find her information there and grab that free gift, amazing gift. So you have lots of chat. There's her email right there. But as I said, don't worry about copying it. But what did you say last? Just to say that sentence again. You said something about the last before you closed. There's a powerful statement. Can you say that again?
That lead from your presence. And that presence will create, I can't remember exactly what I said. That calm presence is what children are looking for. They're looking for a safe place to land when they're.
You were this plant.
Yeah.
That little boy. That's why.
Yeah.
Gravitated towards you for your strengths. And then
and honestly, what I've seen with these children, once they see you as that safe place, once they know that they're safe with you and they can trust you and you're not going to judge, you're not going to punish, they just flourish. They really do. They work so hard and they love it. They all want to be successful. They all want to be good. Absolutely. And it's so much easier than sticker charts and consequences. And with the student that I taught, consequences didn't mean anything to him anymore. What consequence am I going to give him at school? You're out of the classroom. Yep. I'm not a very good teacher if I can't even keep a student in the room with me. So,
yes. Absolutely. Thank you for being that compassionate teacher and a coach now. Amazing. Thank you so much. And we're going to have the panel on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time because we're going to come together again because we want to bring it all together, because we do a lot of learning. So we need to give the brain a little bit of rest so that it can start organizing it a little bit, right? So I don't want to rush. We talked about not being urgent, right? So we've got to slow down.
That's
But
right.
we're
That's true.
going to bring the next guest. Thank you, Coach Tony. We have our next guest waiting. Her name is Coach Laurie. Come on. Are you here? There she is. So she's here to talk about replace reactivity with wonder. What are you talking about? How can
Oh, the word that we have heard probably more than roots, or maybe equal to roots. Can anyone say it? What word have we heard almost equal to the word roots?
Now I'm
Oh,
what was it?
I'll give you a hint. It's in the title.
Okay. React? No. Replace? Nervous system. Curious? I don't know. Okay. So finally.
Yeah,
Finally,
curious.
I got it right. Okay, thank you for helping me. The power of curious nervous system is what she's here to talk about. Let's see her blessed life. What does it look like? She stands for leading with something. She believes wonder opens the vast sea. I think that's what I'm guessing, but she didn't tell me, but I'm just making it up. She is committed to showing families how curiosity creates. We will find out. She is here to remind us that something happens, and she's here. So let's hear from her. Awesome.
Oh, thank you, Kohila. That was really fun to see those pictures and the memories. So thank you, everyone that's here. Thank you for persevering through our 5 days. We are so excited that you have done this arc with us and come through the transformation. And I am so excited to talk about the word that, yes, we have said over and over and over again. And if you haven't heard it, that's okay. Curious. But let me get going. So thank you so much for everyone that's
Sheila
watching.
didn't perform good. I did not perform. I didn't get it.
A quiz, right? You gave us a quiz this morning. I had to give you a quiz. Teachers love quizzes, as someone wrote. All right. Well, wonderful. Thank you so much. Anyway, most of us were raised to believe that behavior needs to be controlled. But what if we became curious enough to see behavior as communication? What if the meltdown, the eye roll, right? We even said this stuff on day one, the slammed door. What if they're all saying, can you see what I can't say? I invite you. I know we've been doing a lot of breathing, but that was a wonderful talk from Tony. Tony, thank you so much. I'm actually going to dovetail on a lot of what you said, but I just want to real quick take a breath, bring us down, but I'm going to ask a little bit more from this breath. I want you to place one hand on your chest, one hand on your belly. Take that breath, but I don't want you to fix anything with that breath. I want you to make room for curiosity, open-mindedness, and wonder. And of course, ground yourself. But before we dive in, I'm curious, because I am, that's why I took this topic. I'm curious. In the chat, could you all just type one word that describes how you usually feel when your child has a meltdown? Later, I'll be telling you about my son and another student I coached. But can you type one word that describes how you usually feel when your child has a how you usually feel when your child has a meltdown? Just one word. Frantic, Ruth, yeah. Can you see what I can't see? Yeah. Wonderful. Overwhelmed, sad, worried. Oh my gosh. Parents. This conference is for you because we have been covering all of this. So thank you all. Panicked. Oh, thank you, Molly. Those are big words. You're not alone, though. I hope you've seen in this conference, you're not alone. And we have so many beautiful people here to help you. What if I told you that by the end of our time together, just a few minutes together, that word could shift to our beautiful word? What is it, Kohila? What's our beautiful word?
You're making me come back. I was like,
Curious.
curiosity.
Yes. We are going to shift to being curious. I know I'm quizzing Kohila because I know she loves that word so much as well. So curious. So today I'm not teaching strategies. Really, we've learned a lot of strategies, but I'm offering a mindset shift that could change everything. Curiosity over control. And I know you've heard that this week. Most families I meet, though, are stuck in a cycle of reactivity, of correction, of fixing. We've been taught that our job is to control behavior, right? We've heard that before. If you're good behavior gets rewarded, right? We've heard that. So you're taught that our job is to control that behavior, to stop the meltdowns, to issue consequences, to reward good behavior. But what if the most powerful shift we need isn't a new strategy, but a state of curiosity? What if we had one simple solution to create connection and to end the cycles of meltdowns, consequences, rewards? It really can come down to one mindset shift and one word. I hope you guys all know it by now. Curiosity. But this isn't the kind of like what's for dinner curiosity, right? This is a whole different level. So I hope you're hearing this. It could be, that's a wonderful way to start a conversation, but let's go deeper. I'm not going to hand out discipline plans. I'm not going to say you have to do this and I know everything. I'm here to offer what we've talked about, the nervous system reframe. I really want to get to the root of what might be the difficulty in yourself, your child, your family, a nervous system reframe. One that leads with wonder, one that meets behavior with presence and connection instead of panic, and one that changes everything. What if, for the next few minutes, you just let curiosity lead the way? Let it guide you. Just be curious for the next few minutes. All right, I'm going to tell you about a story, but first I want to ask you a question. You guys have been very vulnerable in the chat and I appreciate it, so I want to just go with it. How many of you have ever said, it's okay to be open and honest, what's wrong with you? Why can't you just? How many times do I have to tell you? To your child. How many of you have said that? Anyone? Wow, I must be the only one. No, I'll wait for the pause. Oh my God, yes, guilty. I have, yeah. Oh, I am sure. Okay, there's the pause. Yeah, I just had to wait. I definitely have for sure. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you. But now imagine if someone, okay, ready for this? Ready for the shift? Well, imagine if someone asked you that when you were struggling, even as an adult right now, right? We probably all realized that when we were kids, but as an adult, what if someone asked you that when you were struggling? How would that feel? Yeah, it wouldn't feel good. Yeah. Why can't you just, yeah. I mean, for ourselves, right? So if someone asked you that, if someone said that to you, yeah, it's hard. Exactly. Oh my gosh. Let me tell you about a student that I've been coaching. This is a wonderful transformation story from one of my clients and students. I was coaching a parent whose 12-year-old daughter had a meltdown, screaming, "I hate you. I hate myself," and storming upstairs, right? The force of her slamming the door was so intense, her mom said the neighbors could hear it. The mother's first instinct was to react harshly, right? Wasn't that, parents? Yeah, react harshly. Even teachers, harshly, right? take away her phone, ground her for a weekend, even teachers, right? Send them to the office, off you go. Right? We want to act harshly. But here's the beautiful thing. On that day, something remarkable happened. The mother took a step back, resisted her urge to react, and instead chose a different path. I bet you guys know what path she chose, right? If you've been listening, you know. She sat down outside of her child's door, taking a few deep breaths, as we've learned the power of breathing, to calm herself. This pause allowed her to shift from reacting to being curious. She asked herself some crucial questions, right? These questions, here we go. Get ready, because I'm going to ask you guys them soon. What is this explosive behavior trying to tell me? What is my daughter trying to protect or hide? Which part of her is crying out? Get ready. This is really big. To be seen, heard, validated. I hope that landed with some of you. When her daughter finally opened the door, right, tears streaming down her face, her eyes, she was bawling. Mom was bawling. It's okay. It's okay to cry. But they were no longer those tears of rage. Instead, she whispered a heart-wrenching truth. I just wanted to know if you actually hear me, Mom. Do you see me, Mom? Do you love me, Mom? Don't we want that? All of us, all of us. In that moment, it became clear that the outburst wasn't about bad behavior. It was about a deep longing for connection, for her identity to be seen. I know this resonates with some of you. I know some of you very well. And I know this is resonating. But it exemplifies what we call the relational soul print. What a beautiful thing. We connect relationally, soul to soul. This reminds us that when we respond to big behavior with even bigger curiosity, not anger, we get to see the vulnerable child behind the stormy exterior. It's a powerful reminder that our children's behaviors aren't a cry for connection, a desperate attempt to be seen and heard. They are that. By choosing curiosity over reaction, we can create that safe space for our children to express themselves and for us to understand them deeply. As teachers, as parents, aunts, uncles, grandparents, whoever you are, to understand them deeply. So this moment of connection highlights why understanding our nervous system is crucial. If you haven't heard that message by now, please watch the replays because it is crucial. It's illustrated by this simple yet powerful tool, which I use in my coaching. I'm going to flick on my slide 1 here, and let's all pray that technology works. You've seen this before, the stoplight. Yes, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it a little bit deeper, and I know we've been sitting for a while, and I know I can't see you all except for Kohila, but I want you guys to please stand. As you notice, Kohila are in a standing pose. I invite you to please stand. Because one of the tools I use, especially with the younger kids, right? But we can change this, and you guys are adults, probably all listening, so I'm going to work it for adults. The nervous system traffic light that you've seen, it's simple, it's color-coded, it totally changes how we see behavior, right? We have green, which is our calm, curious, connected. Yellow, which is our anxious, agitated, dysregulated. Red, our shutdown, our rage, our overwhelm. Instead of asking, why are you doing this? We start asking, what color are you in right now? What do you need to get back to green? Because when a child is in red, no amount of reasoning will work. We all know that, right? You cannot reason with a child that's in rage or overwhelm.
You mean I can't tell my child? Why can't you think better? Like, why can't you think about this? I can't, like, logic? No?
Not even close. And you know that from yourself. that this is, I hope you're hearing this from both perspectives, right? We're talking about children, we're talking about ourselves, right?
Oh, I love
Strategies
to talk about it when I'm in red.
Yeah, you can't. Nope, nope, nope. But get ready. You're going to show me, Kohila. Ready? So when we're in red, though, that's when reactivity takes over. So since we've seen this tool presented before, I want to deepen your experience and make this more real. So if you've been sitting and you need that stretch, I invite you to stand up with me. Show me what red looks like. Go on, Kohila. What did you do? Tense, shoulders clenched, jaw. Oh, you're really good at that. Now, let's move into yellow. Kohila, can you move into yellow? What does that look like? Fidgety, restless, maybe, tapping. Right? What does that look like? That's a little bit dysregulated, right? But we're okay. We're not terrible yet. We're not. And then, Kohila, I invite you and everyone else. Hope you're doing this with me. Move into green. Put your shoulders down. Breathe. Breathe.
I'm curious.
Do you feel the difference in your body? I invited you to go to red, which probably your brain, right, as you're listening, doesn't really know the difference. It probably got a little bit frustrated and agitated, and your heart might have started racing. You might have started sweating a little more. I asked you to calm to yellow, and now we're in green. So that difference, your child feels it. Your students feel it. But yes, Kohila said she's curious. Curiosity pauses. Curiosity notices. Curiosity responds to the state, not the story. One simple yet powerful reframe I love to offer parents is to shift their approach from, and teachers, right, to shift their approach from accusatory to inquisitive. When your child is misbehaving, it's natural to feel frustrated, right? We do, because we do. It's natural to feel frustrated and react with critical questions like, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting like this? The questions you put in the chat. However, these phrases can come across as judgmental and put your child on the defensive. We all feel that way, right? Instead,
the best one is, why can't you explain it to me? Can you not explain? No?
That's definitely your trigger, isn't it? Yeah. Can you explain it to me? Yeah. Yeah. A lot of us, though, have other situations where we just feel on the defensive, right? And we immediately go from either yellow to red or green to yellow. Yeah. So instead of, try reframing the response on understanding and empathy, one of my favorite words. Ask your child, if they are capable, what color is your nervous system or your traffic light? What color is it right now? And how can I help you feel safe and move you from red to yellow or yellow to green? This gentle inquiry helps your child identify and articulate their emotions, taking the focus away from shame and blame. For instance, imagine your child is having a tantrum in the grocery store, right? We've all been there. Imagine your child is having a tantrum, or even the classroom. There's teachers listening, right? They're having a tantrum, right? It can be any age. The kids have tantrums. So they're having this tantrum because there's something they want. Rather than scolding them, you ask about their nervous system color. They might respond that they're feeling red, I'm feeling overwhelmed, I'm feeling angry, whatever their language is. You can then offer a calming presence, right? That co-regulation we've heard so many coaches talk about. A calming presence. Validate their feelings and help them regulate their emotions. By doing so, you create a safe space for your child to express themselves without fear, without judgment, because judgment will shut them down. Another way to stay curious is if your child if they're not able to say, well, my color is red, if they can't articulate that, you could say, I wonder why you're so angry. I wonder why you're screaming at me in the store. And then notice, I notice your fists are clenched, right? That activity I showed you guys, I wanted you to feel it because when it comes time, I want you to come to these questions. I notice you're feeling these things. I see your heart is racing. I can see, and then you can help them name the color. I see your stoplight is red and mine is yellow. So I think we both need to take a breath together. And I will sit with you until you can help me understand. Or whatever. It doesn't have to be that exact rule, right? But whatever works in your classroom, whatever works for your students, whatever works for the grocery store, right? But be present, co-regulate with them, help them get back what they need. These simple reframes are rooted in the understanding that what we stop judging, we can finally see. When we approach our child's behavior with curiosity rather than criticism, we can gain deeper understanding of their internal world. And what we see clearly, we can meet with compassion, empathy, and kindness. By adopting this mindset, you'll be better equipped to guide your child, your student, whoever it is, your nephew, your niece, whoever, through difficult moments, fostering stronger, more loving relationship in the process. I want you to think of someone in your life right now, maybe your child, your partner, even yourself. What color are they in today? Put it in the chat if you are comfortable. This is how we start seeing differently. If you are comfortable, put it in the chat. Because I want to speak. Oh, yellow. Okay. Yeah. Yellow. Good. Green. Oh, nice. Good. Yellow. Thank you, Andrea. I want to speak to that exhausted adult who's pushing through despite frazzled nerves, especially if your teacher's at the end of your school year, right? We come in with great nerves, but by the end of the year, we're frazzled. The one who never had a role model for calmness, who's petrified of making mistakes and reacts from their own deep-seated, unmet needs. Maybe you grew up in a household where anxiety and stress were the norm. Or perhaps you have been carrying the weight, we talked about that in, I think, day one even, the weight of the responsibility, a lot of us at our shoulders, for too long. Here's what I've discovered. You don't need to have all the answers. We've heard that before. You don't have to be the perfect parent, teacher, aunt, uncle, grandparent. You don't. You don't even need, I know, you don't even need a PhD in child psychology to treasure or a treasure trove of clever responses. You just need one thing. And let me post that here. You just need a great, oh, yeah, there you go. You just need your curious, genuine, connecting question. A question that sparks curiosity, like, what are you feeling right now that I can't see? Or what color is your nervous system if they know about it and are able to label it? And how can I help you move toward green? I see you're in yellow. I wonder why you're in yellow. Or I notice, right? What can I do? And if you're willing, I would love for you to write that in the chat. Truly, truly want to give you a take home. If you're willing to think of that person, you don't have to name them, but write the question in the chat. I would love to see that if you're willing. Do you have a question, Kohila? What might you ask when you are in that situation?
I'm the one who's in red or green, or the child?
Up to you. Up to you. If you're thinking about someone in your life that is in a red, yellow state, what might you ask them? What might you ask them? To just be curious. That says right there, I'm interested in you. I want to understand you better. I see you. Oh, don't we all want to be seen? What would make things better right now? Love that. Yes. What would make things better right now? Love that. Were there others? How can I help you feel successful? Yes. Oh, I love that.
Well, I like what am I not seeing? Because sometimes if I say that I can't see it,
Right.
can you really show me or can you talk about it?
Mm-hmm.
What am I not seeing about their feelings or whatever their behavior is displaying? What am I not seeing about this, right? I'm curious.
Right. Get curious. What am I not seeing? Why am I not seeing it? What are you hiding or what's under the surface? So think about it. What would shift if just once a day you replace that correction with curiosity? Once a day. That's all I'm asking for right now. Once a day you replaced correction with curiosity. Imagine the change in your child's, your students, your nephew's, niece, right, grandchild. What would change if they sent, right, if they passed your worry, your frustration, if they sensed your wonder and desire for connection? You'd be saying, I'm interested in you and I want to understand you better. That is powerful. I'm interested in you and I want to understand you better. You don't have to say exactly that, but that's the message that you want with this one powerful question. So picture this. Traditional parenting says fix behavior. Curious parenting says follow the behavior. It's the difference between being a critic and being a detective. Which one sounds more interesting to you? Would you like to criticize or be curious?
Curious.
Curiosity. Oh, sorry. Yeah? You're going to answer that?
Yeah, detective. I love detective work.
Yeah.
I
Do you want to be
wonder.
a detective or a critic? Right.
I wonder.
Curiosity isn't a sign of weakness, though. It's a sign of strength and openness. It sends a message to your child. I see you. I'm listening. I'm learning about you. And that's okay. We're in this together. It's a powerful tool that can transform your relationships and help you build a stronger bond with your child. I just have to tell you a vulnerable moment. I had to be that way with my son. He was anxious, through the roof anxious. And why? Well, it was probably because I yelled at him. That was my go-to. I yelled at him nonstop. So I didn't even ask those curious questions. I just asked those questions and they weren't quiet, right? Why can't you? How come? How many times, right? All those questions came from me. I had to get, but I knew something had to change. I had to get curious and not about him, about myself. Why am I yelling? Why is that my go-to? Why is that okay? Who taught me that? That's not an okay parenting strategy. I need to be a different parent because otherwise he would have been more traumatized. We went to therapy. We did the things. We did retention. I prayed a lot. But I have to tell you, when I chose to become a holistic neurogrowth learning and life success coach with Kohila, I prayed with my son. We cried and we said yes, because his anxiety needed to be cured. He needed it gone. I had already questioned myself. I'd looked into myself. Yes, there was more growth to come, but I'd looked at myself and he and I said, yes, we want to help people. And he said, I'm first though. I'm first. He wanted to feel calm. He wanted to feel his anxiety gone. And to this day, he's happy and he laughs about it. In fact, he even says, what? Did I have anxiety? Really, Mom? I'm like, are you kidding me? Yes, you had anxiety. So I just want to close today. Thank you guys so much. What I've come to realize is that a curious caregiver, grandpa, uncle, aunt, nephew, or, whoever you are, teacher, parent, a curious caregiver's nervous system has a profound impact on our interactions. Not only does it de-escalate tense moments, but it also has the power to transform relationships in profound ways. Your child doesn't need a perfect parent or perfect whatever, teacher, aunt, uncle, anyone. They need a curious one. One of the most significant ways it does this is by rewiring the narrative that many of us grew up with. The idea that we're only loved if we behave, right? Some of us coaches have talked about your personal stories about that. And I thank you for being open and honest. This belief, though, can lead to a lifetime of people-pleasing, anxiety, low self-esteem. But when we're met with curiosity, it flips the script on its head. We begin to understand that we're seen, truly seen. In all our complexity and beauty, we feel safe, like we can exhale, be ourselves without fear, judgment. We start to grasp that we're worth wondering about, that our thoughts, our feelings, our experiences are valuable and deserving of exploration. Curiosity says, you're still safe. Even when I don't understand you, you're still safe. By embracing curiosity in our relationships, we can create a ripple effect of connection and understanding in our homes, in our communities. Imagine if, instead of reacting with frustration or anger, we responded to each other with genuine curiosity. Imagine the depth of connection, the sense of belonging, and the peace that would come from knowing that others are truly interested in us. That's the kind of transformation I'm talking about. So let's make curiosity the default response in our relationships and watch as it brings back deep, meaningful connection in our lives. This has been a lot, I know. One real quick breath. I would love for you just to take one more breath. And what I know is this: we don't fix behavior, we follow it. And when we do, with curiosity, everything can change. Your child doesn't need you to have all the answers. They need you to stay curious about who they are becoming. They need you to see their behavior as a conversation, not a crisis. So here's my invitation. What if you went home today and tried the one curious question you wrote earlier? So go back up to your chat if you need to. What did you write? That question. If you tried it today and tried another one tomorrow and the following day, that's where the magic begins. That's where connection lives. And that's where your family and your students, everyone transforms. One curious moment at a time.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Thank you. Thank you.
You're so
Thank
welcome.
you for sharing. So do you have something for us before you give us? I'm curious. Look at me.
Yeah, I know. Do I have something for you? That wasn't enough? Camila, you want more? Yeah, no, I would love, if you guys are curious and you would love to continue this conversation, I would love to support you in that. And I have an offer for you. If you want to email me, let's make it fun. I'm curious. If you want to be the first one or the first three to offer or to send me an email at hello@nexussuccess.net, I would love to give you my 5-day Clarity Kickstart, where we can really go into, where I get curious and I ask about your family and your child, and we come up with a plan that fits your life. Because curiosity without a roadmap, without a guide, without a support system can feel overwhelming. And I'd love to help and support. So I'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Are you curious how my plants are doing? I have to show you.
I am blown away by your plants, by the way, because I don't know if you noticed, I love
now
plants.
it's going to even blow you away. Look at how many branches have come this way. Like that's the one that's now straight. They're all moving. First it was one, now all three are moving closer to this plant that was never unrooted. This was the rooted one. This was the unrooted, and now it's rooted.
Right.
All the branches are now moving closer to the one that never was unrooted. Their nervous system is like picking up, like I should go towards this. It's like incredible. I didn't even think it was going to happen. It's like God sent. Like I
I
can't.
tell you.
It's like a science experiment happening beside me right here.
Well, I mean, I hate to use the word, but I am really curious about why it's happening. Why is it just poinsettias? Is it, like I have all these plants and I started thinking maybe I should
No, because
rearrange them and see what
this,
happens.
this plant's nervous system was uprooted, right?
Right.
So it needed the one that's stable. That's what I'm saying. That's the parent that this child needed. That's why it's going towards it. It's using its, the resonance from that, right? The morphic resonance, the energy. It's all energy. We're all energy.
It's all energy. I know.
I
It's
might be going
beautiful.
this way, and not you won't see me soon.
What's that?
I might be going that way too. You will be seeing me soon. Awesome. Thank you, Laurie. So amazing. Thank you for sharing. You
Oh,
guys, you and
thank
your
you for
son are
having me here. Thank you to all of you that were listening. And I will read the chats. I'm sorry I was trying to catch up with time, but I will check in the chats. I hope
Yeah,
you do leave with that question and take it home, practice it. Daily curiosity questions. I really want you to leave with that. If you can leave with one thing, be curious. Thank
thank
you
you.
so much,
I
guys.
am curious where Laurie's going now, but I have another guest. Alexa, Coach Alexa is here waiting for
Hi.
us. How are you?
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for waiting. I'm sure you were very curious what we were doing.
Yeah.
This isn't a fix, it's a flow. Choosing the rhythm daily. Thank you for being and bringing that to us. She stands for making regulation a something we're going to find out. She believes the return is. She is committed to helping families integrate. She's going to tell us. And she is here to remind us that commitment is something, something, something. So all yours.
All right. Thank you. Well, this has been an amazing summit. We've had a lot of information, and I'm hoping to kind of tie everything together a little bit. But before we start, I do kind of want to begin by, there we go. I'm trying to pull my slides up really quick.
You want to help?
There we go. Thank you. Just to begin by inviting you, if you feel comfortable, to close your eyes and notice just one thought passing through your mind right now. Just observe it. You don't need to chase it. There is no need to push it away. Now I want you to gently try and bring your attention back to this moment, to your breathing, to the sound of my voice, and to being here together at this amazing summit. And that's all flow really is in a small synapse, like synopsis. It's noticing when we've drifted away and choosing to return again and again. There's obviously a lot more to it, but that is a small peek at it. And throughout this summit, I've hoped that you've learned that what we've been told before about this work, this healing, this learning being linear as being one big breakthrough, that's not the truth. You see, the real truth, real regulation, it's not a place that you arrive at, you check off your list. It's something that you have to choose day after day. This work isn't about fixing anything. It's about returning to yourself, to your rhythm. And that return, it doesn't have to look perfect. It's not going to look perfect. It just has to be chosen. And so I want to start with a little story. I have two little ones. They are ages 1 and 4, so pretty little. And my oldest is autistic. He thrives on predictability and change, and the unknown can be so challenging for him. Recently, he went with my parents to an arcade amusement park, and it went beautifully. He actually tried a few rides for the first time, and he absolutely loved them. It's one of the pictures I got of him. So my husband and I thought, okay, awesome. Let's go back. Let's make some more memories. Let's do this. Let's try something new. But for him, when he came back with all of us, it was not fun. It was overwhelming. So cue a full-blown screaming meltdown. And there I was in the middle of an amusement park, flustered, overstimulated, overwhelmed, and not knowing what to do next. So I took a moment. I stepped away. I breathed. I grounded. And then I returned with a different approach, a curiosity approach, like Laurie just talked about. Did we ride every ride? No. It was definitely not picture perfect, but I chose the return. I chose to stay in the flow, however messy it looked. And that was what mattered. Now, I'd love if you feel comfortable enough to take a moment to type into the chat how you choose to return when things get hard or when things are challenging for you.
For me, it's the breath.
Yeah.
Just taking a deep breath.
I definitely find breathing helps. Things as simple as, going for a drive. I know some people taking a walk, just whatever it is, it's beautiful. And that's your personal rhythm. Oh, I like that whispering. And it's your own personal rhythm and your way of the return. I like that. Wonderful. Taking a moment, walking my dogs. I do that too. I walk my dog. That's a great way. And breathing like we've been doing throughout this summit. Awesome. This is your rhythm. This is your flow. And it's okay that it's all going to look different for everyone. That's what makes it beautiful. Now, I want to talk a little bit about a student as well that I worked with. And he was trying to balance college and a part-time job. That is not an easy task for anyone. In the past, he was able to do school or work, but not both. And something would always suffer. He'd either be failing the class or he would lose the job. But this summer, something clicked. He found his flow. He was staying on top of assignments. He was getting good grades, showing up to work, and he was proud of himself. He had found that flow. But then a few weeks later, we met for a session, and I could tell right away something was a little off. He looked defeated, and he told me he'd been let go from his job. I could hear the hurt in his voice, and I could see it. His shoulders were slumped. He was in that red traffic light zone. And I could see how disappointed he was. And he kept saying things like, I thought I was doing well. I thought I had it. He was truly afraid that this setback meant that we were back at square one. So I listened and I let him feel all of the feelings he needed to feel at that moment. And then I reminded him of something simple but powerful, that this one setback does not erase his progress. It did not mean all the work was gone. It just meant that it was time to return. This is lifelong work. This is not about getting it right all the time. It's about choosing to come back to your tools and your mindset and your rhythm, all of the things that our wonderful speakers have been discussing. And a big blocks to flow method that I love using. Is the mind soil. And I want you to think of your brain like a garden. And I know we've talked about this a little bit. And when you're gardening, you do not just throw seeds on the ground and expect tomatoes to grow the next day. Or like Kohila's plant, we don't lift them out of the ground unrooted and expect them just to continue to thrive. You prepare the soil, you plant the seeds, you water them, you give them light, and you do it over and over again. And it's the same thing with your thoughts. You have to check in regularly. What's going on in my mind right now? Are these thoughts helping me or stressing me out? Am I being kind to myself? That check-in is how you start clearing out the clutter. It's how you begin building supportive thoughts and beliefs. And when you do that, that is you tending to your mind soil. You're showing up for yourself. And it's not a quick fix. There's no magic wand. I wish there was. It's just choosing every day to return, even when it's messy, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard. And one simple practice that we do in my house that is something I like to call kind of like a breathe and reset ritual. And it's a small but powerful ritual that I find, and it's normally done, we kind of try to do it before bedtime or before dinner or any time of the day that tends to feel off. You know, those times in your days where you know this is going to be rough. So we pause and we take 3 deep breaths together, just 3. We inhale and exhale, and then we do it again. And then we do it once more. And that's it. Yet it roots us. It helps us ground, connect, reset, and it reminds us that a regulation doesn't have to be complicated. It can begin with a breath and with a presence, with choosing to return to each other. Here's something I would like you to try today. And you can write it in the chat if you'd like, write it in your journal, or just think it. I want you to ask yourself, what's going on in my mind right now? And then I would like you to ask yourself, how can I reframe this to support myself? Now take a moment to do this, and I want you to know that this might feel weird, and that's okay. The more you do it, the easier it gets. And eventually that's when you're going to notice your shift. And I will say for myself, if I had to think what's going on in my mind right now, it was right before I started. And it was, I'm not going to do this. I can't do this. And all of those negative thoughts that come up. But I was able to reframe it to think, I'm going to do this. We're going to get through it. And I have all of the tools and all of the people I need to support me to get through this. And something as simple as that will help us. Now, I want to take a moment to talk directly to parents, teachers, caregivers, everyone attending. I see you. I know personally that this is not easy, especially with everything and all of the chaos going on in the world today. You want to make a difference. You want to help your kids. You want things to feel easier. So let me tell you something that many of us have been saying, and that matters more than you may realize. You're showing up. That is huge. Even when you feel stuck, even when it feels like showing up is not enough, what if it is? What if the real transformation comes from the simple act of returning again and again? What if building rhythm instead of chasing perfection is the shift that your family needs right now? I don't have all of the answers, and I would never pretend to. But what I do know is this: healing and growth aren't things you finish. They're things you practice. One breath, one step, one return at a time. You're not late. You're not broken. You are becoming. And every time we choose to return, even in the mess, even in the pause, you are already leading your family back to safety. I want to finish with a shared breath that we can have together. Let your body relax. Let yourself be present. And I want you to gently say to yourself that even when the rhythm breaks, my return is enough. And as we end, I want to finish with one final reflection. I want you to think about one gentle return that you want to choose today. Thank you guys so much for having me and letting me kind of close it and bring everything all together before our wonderful keynote speaker.
Yes, thank you, Alexa, Coach Alexa. That was so powerful. Thank you for sharing and being vulnerable about sharing your son. But I have to ask you to teach us how you taught your young daughter
Yes.
I love that breath. I've been using it since you told me. So
Yes.
can you lead us through that breath?
Yes, I can. So I was talking about this on the podcast with Kohila, and my daughter is 21 months old, and she sees me taking deep breaths with my son. But she thinks that we're blowing on food because it's hot. So every time she sees us taking deep breaths, she goes, hot, hot, hot. And that is her deep breathing. So I don't say hot when I do it, but you can lead us in those breaths of just kind of like breathing out the stress and anxiety. It's become something I think is fun to do. So we'll do 3 together. We'll just do 3 big breaths out. And so that is her deep breathing, and I kind of follow along. And it is my funny story of how she kind of joins in our breathing exercise.
See, she's only 21 months and you didn't even have to teach her. She just models it. She just watches it and follows it. See? So amazing, right? Yes. Awesome. Do you have some, I'm curious, do you have gifts for us?
I do. I have the first, if you already email me at my email on the screen or use the QR code there, I want you to email me today and you can book a clarity meeting, and the first 5 families that I hear from are going to get those discovery days to uncover those blocks, spark those breakthroughs, and work on building on that return. You're going to get that completely free.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So much.
Very, very good. So we have our next guest here. Just going to get to the slide. There she is. So I'm going to introduce her before I bring her up. So we are going to move into the, almost at the end here, but this is a powerful presentation and a speaker that I wanted to bring today. So it's only right that we close today with one thing the world often forgets to honor, which is stillness and slowness, right? And the calm that lives within us when we are safe enough to feel it. That's exactly what our closing keynote today is going to offer. We have Kate Hedler is a leader who knows the power of pace. Co-founder of Mind Heart Connect, she brings decades of experience in both business leadership and integrates health. But what makes her unforgettable is this. She doesn't just talk about nervous system regulation, she transmits it. She transmits it through how she holds space. So let me say that again. She doesn't just talk about nervous system regulation, she transmits it through how she holds the space. Kate believes that true resilience begins with nervous system awareness and heart-health connection. She creates space for transformation, not by pushing, but by making it safe to come home to yourself. So her session is titled The Wisdom Within, Tapping into Your Sense of Calm. And as we close the summit, this is your invitation to do the same. Stop reaching, stop rushing, and root into the calm that's already been with you all along. Kate is here to help you remember it and help you feel it and to help you carry it forward. So please join me in welcoming our final keynote speaker, Kate Hedler, right? Am I saying it right? Help me.
Helder. H-E-L-D-E-R. Helder.
Helder.
And don't worry, it's a common mistake. Hitler can get thrown in there as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. And thank you for such a beautiful, warm welcome. And I've caught snippets of what you've been doing over the past 5 days by jumping back into the YouTube link and seeing some of the other presenters. And my heart is full to see what you've initiated and what you're bringing into the world. And I think if all of us can just play our own little part in what we have to offer and to bring people back to their hearts, to really feel that we don't need to look for the solutions externally. We hold it within. Okay, so that's what today's about. I know you've just had a beautiful grounding exercise as well, but I'm just going to take us through a very brief grounding exercise, because this particular exercise is something that you will be able to use each and every day at any time when you might feel a little bit taken off track. Okay. And it looks kind of weird, this tapping stuff. I'd be curious to know how many of the participants who are on here today live who have actually experienced emotional freedom techniques or tapping, because it's been around for quite a long time, but it's still one of those things that's emerging and coming through. So I'll just ask you to follow me. You don't need to be overthinking this, but just follow me. And we're just going to start by taking a gentle breath in and out and just tapping here on the crown of our heads. And another breath in and out. Just bring us to this room, bring us to ourselves. The next point is what we call the start of the eyebrow. And we just tap there gently. Another breath in and out. Side of the eye. Gently in and out. Under the nose. And out. Under the lips. And out. Collarbone, just beneath the bone there, where you get to the fleshy part. Gentle breath in. And out. Under the arm, if you're wearing a bra, just on the bra strap line. If you're not, just under the arm there, a couple of inches. And out. Okay, beautiful. That is the most simple technique. And what we're doing is we're tapping on prescribed acupressure points. And that is sending signals to our brain that we can, what we call here in Australia, calm the farm. You can calm down a little bit. So that is a beautiful thing to remember. And that's just the first one. I want today's session with you, because it's so brief, to be full of tools that you'll be able to take with you. And it's just a matter of planting a seed of curiosity, okay? I know Kahila's going to send out a newsletter after this, and there's some links in there. There's tapping diagrams. There's a little bit more information. So please don't feel you've got to be there taking notes right now. Just use this time to feel what it feels like when we embody and we can regulate our physiology and bring ourselves back to that state of calm. The reason I'm so passionate about tapping is tenfold. I was first introduced to it in 2011, working with a girlfriend on another project. And she said, "Oh, what's wrong with you today?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" And she said, "Oh, you seem to be really tense." And I went, "Oh, don't be ridiculous. Let's just get on with the work we need to do." And so the next thing I knew, she was opposite her kitchen bench talking to me. She said, "Just follow me." And she started tapping on points. She said, "Just keep talking to me while you're tapping." And this was my first introduction to it. And I was a little bit dismissive. And I thought, well, there might be something in this, but I'm not really going to look at it. fast forward to where we are today. I was so taken by it. I actually, when trained in it, I remember walking out of the training thinking, oh my goodness, why doesn't everybody know about this technique? I met all the right people through synchronistic moments that, you know, it's a whole book, to understand how I came across Australia's leading researcher in emotional freedom techniques, Dr. Peter Stapleton, another person from your side of the world, Dr. Laurie from Santa Barbara. She actually brought emotional freedom techniques into post-school shooting environments. So she was very involved in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. Post that, she thought she was going for 3 weeks. She was actually asked by Nick Ortner from the Tapping Solution, which some of you may know of, to come and support in that area because he knew of her work in Rwanda with all the post-genocide survivors. So Laurie went over there thinking for 3 weeks, and I think it was 3 to nearly 4 years later, she returned back to Santa Barbara. During that time, I reached out, we connected. I got her all the way out to Australia. We ran an event about, I was really wanting to bridge that gap between the lines of skepticism to where we can be embodying this technique. After that, we formed a non-profit. The non-profit today has trained hundreds of frontline workers in emotional freedom techniques, first aid. And what I have witnessed in the field, and this is where I get a little bit teary, what I've witnessed in the field in some of the most traumatized communities, when people, individuals take this technique on for themselves and embody it for themselves and feel the relief and they can leave their traumas behind, is profound. And that would be a whole other session to really communicate that to you effectively. But if you're willing to give it a try, if you're just curious, and I know the previous speaker was talking about being curious and having an open mind for curiosity, emotional freedom techniques will really be able to help support you. So I'm just going to jump into a few slides and then we're going to have a bit of a practice. So if I can just pull those slides up. That would be great. Okay, yep, that's me. So what is emotional freedom techniques? You might just hear it referred to as EFT tapping or that tapping thing. What it does, it is a tool that allows us to calm our physiology. It's using psychotherapy and acupressure. Now, we know acupuncture and ancient Chinese wisdom has been around for thousands of years, so it's blending the two together. It involves combining what we call a cognitive acceptance statement. So a cognitive statement is just saying, even though I'm feeling this distress, and the acceptance statement is, I accept that's how I feel about myself. That's the simplistic version of it. And as we're saying those things, we're tapping on prescribed points, okay? The win here is it is self-applied. You don't need to have a counsellor or somebody else on the side of a Zoom screen or in front of you as a therapist. It is self-applied, okay? And beautiful for you to be able to share with children, with educators. Let's get the word out there because this really is a game changer. Hundreds and hundreds of clinical trials. So it's not just this woo-woo thing. I had a very deep line of skepticism in my upbringing. And when I saw all the research behind this as a technique, I was absolutely blown away. The media exposure now, we're seeing it so often. And just in the last couple of weeks for you in the US, it was in the Oprah magazine, and also today.com has just done a big blog about it. And Australia's researcher, Peter Stapleton, she was actually talking within that article as well. Now, a picture paints 1,000 words, doesn't it? You might look at this and go, what am I looking at? This is from an EFT research study where Dr. Peter Stapleton decided to run a study on food cravings, and they had participants who actually came in and they had eating disorders, food craving issues. They were overweight, and they actually were put into an fMRI machine so they could track what was going on in the brain. And you see on the first one on the left-hand side before EFT, the little coloured areas, that's where the brain was lighting up, and as the person was actually looking at these images of food, okay? So this was all in relation to food cravings. After a period of 4 weeks of utilising emotional freedom techniques, when they were then back in the fMRI machine, there was zero activation in those areas of the brain which were actually the reward centre of the brain, okay? So it's just a snapshot I want to give you today. It's out there, it's proven. So the tapping points, we use the fleshy side of the hand here, and this is the part where we use to do our setup statement, okay? Then we've got the other 8 points that I just used with you in the tap and breathe, but we start at the start of the eyebrow, side of the eye, under the nose, under the lips, collarbone, under the arm, and then we finish on the top of the head, okay? So this is the version that's been used in clinical EFT, and that's where all the research has been done. There are a lot of other hybrids out there. There are tapping scripts, tapping videos, and what have you, but they're not what has been researched. A common theme that can come through is, oh, I tried that tapping thing and it didn't work for me. Okay, it will be because they've tried to just go along with a little tapping video. That is not clinical EFT, and that is not where the shifts can come from. It can be palliative for a period of time, but it's not going to be something that's going to hold you in good stead moving forward. Do I sound like I'm talking fast? I just have so much I want to be able to share with you. Okay, so the process, we state what is true for us in the moment. This is the negative cognition, okay? Fancy term for what is true for you in this moment, okay? Even though I feel this tension, the balancing statement, I accept this about myself. Or it might be, I deeply and completely accept myself. There are numerous versions you can use there. We rate the discomfort on a scale of 0 to 10, and this is what is called the SUD scale, subjective unit of distress. And 0 is no distress, and 10 is I'm feeling really distressed, okay? The somatic component of tapping, because it is a body-based technique, and we know today that somatic therapies are the game changer out there in the world, because trauma is held in the body, okay? And if we cannot release it from the body, it will stay stuck in our cellular makeup to eternity, okay? So this is a really key point to understand. As we go through the tapping points, we're then verbalizing, okay? And the process we repeat until we get down to a level of 0 to 2. So basic recipe might look something like this. Now, emotional freedom techniques, I think there's 47 different techniques. Tap and breathe is 1. The basic recipe is 2. There is a myriad of techniques out there that are deeper and do a lot of this trauma healing work that I referred to, but this is just a snapshot to plant that seed with you today to be able to have that curiosity to take back into your homes, your hearts, your communities, and your schools, okay? So we acknowledge there's something to change and we rate it. So we state the problem. Even though I feel this tension, I completely accept myself. We then tap through the 8 points while saying a short reminder phrase. This tension, this tension, this tension, okay? We take a breath at the end of what we call one round of tapping, and we tune in to where we're feeling on that scale of 0 to 10. And we keep going through the process until we get the rating down to a 0 to 2. So recap the points, and then we're going to have a practice session as a group, okay? So as we state the setup statement, we're tapping on that fleshy part of the hand. and we state the setup statement 3 times. Okay. Once we've done that, we then move into all the other points as we're then just stating a reminder phrase. All right, that is it for slides. And now we're going to jump in and have a practice. Okay, so is everybody ready? I'm just going to have a quick sip of water. I love seeing the comments come through. You're geeing me up. It's only 6:25 here on a Saturday morning in the middle of winter. That's why I've got the bright top on, because I wanted to be here and alert and be my best for you in this session. So let's go. Let's think about something that might be a general thread here for everybody. I was thinking it might just be something we could just tap on. A sense of tension or overwhelm. You've got all this information that you want to take back with you. And we'll go through and do what we call a round of tapping. So if you could just think for a moment, what might be bringing a little bit of tension to you at the moment? It could be that your dog's by your feet and you know you've got to go and take them for a walk, or it might be you've got to race off to school and pick up the kids. Whatever it is, just think about what's this tension that you're feeling, okay? And I want you to have a number in your head, what that tension feels like, okay? Somewhere between 0 and 10. 10, I'm feeling really tense. 0, I'm cool as a cucumber. Okay, so we're going to start by tapping. And I just want you to all follow on with me. And if you can, and you're not in a work environment and you can actually say this out loud, please do so. If not, just think it in your head. That's fine. Okay. Even though I feel this tension, I can feel it in my body. I accept that's how I feel. Even though I'm feeling this tension, and I can feel it in my body. I accept this is just how I feel. Even though I'm holding this tension in my body, I accept that's just how I feel. Okay, start at the eyebrow point. This tension. Side of the eye. Feeling this tension. And don't forget to breathe. Under the nose. Feeling this tension. Under the lips. Feeling this tension. Under the collarbone. This tension. Under the arm. Feeling this tension. On top of the head. This tension. Okay, and just close your eyes and take a deep breath. And just notice what you notice, 0 to 10 on that scale as to where your tension is. And if you feel like putting your numbers in the chat, please do so. Maybe the number you had first and then what it is now. And I'll just talk to that very briefly as that comes through. Because what we can find is that sometimes our number might actually go up and people go, oh, here we go. I was 9, I was now to 6. When the number goes up, don't be scared. It's just that you might have tuned into that for the very, very first time. And you might have stated that for the very first time, okay? We need to be true to ourselves, okay? This is really, really important. Beautiful. I'm seeing all these numbers coming through and going down, which is wonderful. That is one round of tapping in the simplest and simplest of forms, okay? We could go through and do another round if we had more time. It's not what today's about. This is just really to give you a taster. Tension gone. Beautiful. So can you imagine if you were just to have a couple of take-homes from today's session, okay? Number 1, tap and breathe. I want you to set a reminder on your phone, an alarm on your phone, and it might be when you go back to work on Monday. Set it for every hour. And when that alarm goes off, just pause and do one round of tap and breathe. It doesn't matter if you start at the start of the eyebrow or if you start at the top of the head, whatever works. Just do it. And gentle breaths in and out. Because when we can regulate our physiology, we can show up, we can be our best selves, we're less reactive, we're able to support anyone around us from a very different place because we're calm and regulated. It's building micro moments. The second thing I'd like you to do and take from today is just notice at any point throughout the day where you feel something in your body. And it might be a colleague at work has said something and all of a sudden you feel like you've been kicked in the stomach. Or you're feeling like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. Or you're anxious about something and you can't take that full breath. Our bodies are always trying to signal to us what's going on. And when we can use that as a choice point, the choice point then allows us to come to this place from somewhere different. And you might think, gee, even though Sue, my work colleague, just said that to me, and I feel it in the pit of my stomach, I accept that's just how I feel right now. You do that 3 times and then you go through. I can't believe she said that to me. I really feel that in my stomach. I can't believe it. Why would she say that to me? Why would that happen? And breathing as we go through the process, okay? This is the simplicity of it, okay? It's up to each of us to be able to regulate our own bodies, to regulate and calm our minds so that we can go out of our heads and into our hearts. Our hearts hold the wisdom, okay? We've got it within. We don't have to look for it out there. It's not out there. If you keep looking out there, I'm sorry, you might be looking for a very long time and still feel you're looping in the same loop, okay? What I've witnessed through the years that I've been introduced to this technique and how it's transformed my life is profound. And this is an invitation to you today to be able to stay curious and feel lighthearted with this, because the world's very serious out there. It's chaotic. And I know throughout your summit, you've been looking at the MC systems and the MY systems. Let's come back to the my systems, to that innate wisdom, to what we're holding here in our hearts. We all have it, and it's up to us to make that choice if we want to share it. My reflection for you today is calm isn't something that we chase, okay? It's something we build a relationship with, one breath and one tap at a time. So please move forward back into your lives and into your weekend with a heart full of curiosity. And I'd just like to thank all of you for your presence, for being willing to have a play. And Kahila, thank you so much for inviting me on and being very much a part of this summit. I know I've got a girlfriend who's very close to me who I went to school with, who's actually online with this call today because she's an educator, and she was so drawn to what you're doing and has loved it as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
look forward to doing whatever I do with you in the future. Would be wonderful.
I have a question. So you took us first time. There's a lot of things, as you said, out there, right? A lot of variations of the tapping, right? There's no right or wrong. Is there right or wrong? Should we look for right or wrong?
I think the most important thing there is to know that if you're just running with tapping videos or tapping scripts, they will be palliative. It might bring you a little bit of relief in the moment, but it's not going to get to possibly your limiting beliefs or your core issues that you're holding. And we know we've formed those in the formative years, and it might be a core issue may be I'm not good enough, or I'm all alone. And anytime things happen to us throughout the day, it'll be those core issues or limiting beliefs. That's what's being triggered. Okay. So there's no right or wrong in what I've shown you today to nurture yourself and to really bring yourself back into that place of calm. But don't get distracted with all the other options that are out there or other hybrids of tapping, because they're not going to be able to support you in getting into that root cause of what's triggering you.
Yeah. So there's the first round you did, you were saying like here and here. In this part, for me, I get very like emotional or sometimes angry.
Yeah.
Is that
Yep.
normal?
You'll find that you've actually got a point, and it's the same one for me, Kahila, here. As soon as I go here, I just want to take a deep breath. That's my, initial reaction. So there is no right or wrong. Have I got 2 minutes to share a really quick story?
Yes.
So my son is now 20, and if you imagine 14 years ago when I was first introduced to the technique, he was only 6, and it was so easy to be able to share a technique with him at the age of 6. But when he was 16, we were actually in a situation where we were driving to country property. And when he was about 2.5, 3 years of age, we were actually caught in a horrific bushfire in Australia at a remote property. And we were stuck in this particular place for 5 days. We couldn't get out. We were all safe. Many people died. And he still carried that trauma. And I probably did a little bit too. So on this summer's day, we were driving to this country property. And my 16-year-old son is in the passenger seat. And I see him look across at this smoke in the distance. And he went into a heightened response. He saw the smoke and he started to panic. And as he was talking to me, I could hear the panic in him. So I'm driving and I said, Tom, I just want you to follow me. And I explained to him what was going on. I said, I just want you to tap on these points. We're just going to talk and tap. And so I talked to him and I said, you're just feeling this as a result of the bushfire that we were in all those years ago. And I went through the points. It's okay. I just want you to take a deep breath. Take a deep breath, or gentle breath, I should say, on each point. And as we went through these points, as I just talked and tapped with him and he followed what I was doing, 16-year-old boys aren't quite as compliant as little ones, but he did it. And within a minute and a half, he went from completely heightened, out of his mind about seeing this smoke, knowing that the smoke was right at the property we were going to and where his father was, to completely regulated and calm. And he was saying, Mum, as soon as we get to the farm, keep the trailer connected to the car, stay by the car. I'm going to go and find Dad. You stay there where the sprinklers can be on, and I know we'll all be safe. And off he went to find his dad. And I knew I was safe where I was, but this is the power of tapping, okay? Calming the farm. When we get the amygdala, which is the smoke detector of the brain, We switch it offline, because as soon as it comes into play, we lose the prefrontal cortex of our brain. We lose that higher functioning and thinking. Okay? So just go through, tap and breathe. If that's just the one thing that you take from our time together today, that is a game changer in itself. And Kahila, that is my most favorite point. Always take a deep breath.
That makes me feel really good. When right there is for me too. Like it's powerful point for me.
Yeah. So thank you. It really is. It's a gift for those of you with younger children. Jump in. They're so malleable. With little kids, you just can use 4 points. Top of the head, eyebrow, collarbone. They love this one.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just call it bear thumps, and they'll use their fists. Okay. So there's a lot of info out there. Dr. Peter Stapleton, peterstapleton.com. Evidence-based EFT. They've got a world of information about tapping, and Kahila and I will speak. I'm able to connect you in with a dear colleague in the US who'll be able to support you moving forward as well. So stay tuned.
I'd love to have you back to train some of our coaches, because we want to bring this to the world. Like you said, why aren't we using it? So it's like breath. Breath is ours, right? It's our breath. It is. Yep. We got it. I have hand and I have hands and I have the parts. Why am I not doing it, right?
Correct. Correct. So just listen to your body. What's your body trying to tell you? That's your first step.
Yep. And it also like dissociates. Like when we get mad, we're like mad, but this one gives you an opportunity to release and dissociate from that situation truly, right? As well in the moment. So it's very, very powerful. It only could be so powerful for our kids.
Absolutely. And also to think, the more regulated that we can be, the more regulated our kids are. Yeah. They're a mirror of us. If we're holding that tension,
look at my plant. The one that's regulated is regulating this, and they're all moving this way. All the branches have been moving to the regulated unrooted plant that I had from the beginning. It's beautiful. As you said, it's you were saying how we feel it in the heart. Those plants are feeling oneness. More rooted, right? Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming and joining us. And we will connect again, and we will take this journey further and help more people. That's
beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Stay well.
Awesome.
Bye.
Bye-bye. So that's not end of day 5. It was going to be, but it's not anymore, because I haven't finished my story yet, which is the story of the soul print tree. I haven't finished yet. I have to come back on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Pacific time. I want you to come back, and I want to share, because I shared with all of you the 7MC system. I wanted to bring all of you to your MY, which is my system, which is your system and my system. I want to really bring you home and root you, as well as give you the systems that are yours. You were born with it. This is your soul. Now we forgot about them because of the 7 MC systems that we live by, right? That surrounds us. So here we are. We're almost at the end here. As promised, I want to end it on time. I do have our coaches back here as well. So I want to bring them because they are amazing. The speakers of today. Whoops. And I'm going to... Oh, am I removing? I think I'll let the magic happen. That control, I was controlling. Yes. So thank you for being here. Thank you for all of you supporting this. This is not ending. This is the beginning, because I know every one of us need this. We're not alone. We all feel unrooted, uncertainty, chaos. But today we have, over the days, as you can see, we moved into not allowing that. It's a choice, right? And it's a micro choice. We're not saying tomorrow you're going to feel so transformed. It's a micro choice. And there was another word that was used. What did Kate use? She said micro moments. Take those micro moments. So we have lots of micro, because when we grew up in this, this MC systems, right, that surrounds us, we are urgent, right, Katelyn? We're so urgent
We are.
to get the results all of a sudden, but we can. We have to take micro steps, micro choices, micro moments, and we celebrate the micro moments because we also don't do that because we got to get to the end. We're not ever going to get to the end. The end is when we leave this place, right? That's truly the end. Because when you think you get to an end, you're going to learn more things and you got to learn more things again. So learning never stops. There's always opportunity. So why should they come back on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Pacific time? Katelyn, why should they come back? I'm curious.
I think we brought ourselves back to the roots today. And then next week, we're going to go from the roots to the soul because there's that whole connection, right? Like root to crown. And I think we've really, really grounded ourselves. And then now, how do we, from that grounding, expand? Because I even gave myself some feedback on my talk. I was thinking, like I am grateful that I was able to get to the root of what's going on. But then we also need to talk about how do we expand from here? How do we then connect with our souls and then express our souls out?
Yes, absolutely. Laurie, why should they come? What are we going to, why should they be curious to come on Tuesday at 9 a.m.?
Why should they be curious? I believe that sitting with something and letting it, like the seed that we talked about.
Marinate.
Oh, what?
Let it marinate. I'm saying it's let it marinate.
Oh, marinate. I thought you said mute. I'm like, what? Yeah, let it marinate because the seed that we've planted is a seed that we've planted. And so by Tuesday, that will have grown into a little blossom or little sprout, I guess. And we want to share with you some exciting, amazing, what we're doing in the future is just awesome. So I can't spill the beans yet, but yes, what we're doing in the future is amazing. And I want that seed to be planted so that it can start sprouting by Tuesday. We can't wait to help you reflect on what you've learned here.
I love that,
Thank
Laurie,
you.
with the processing time.
Yeah.
I think so because we've given them so much. These 5 days were so condensed with so much things. That's why in the morning I asked all of you what was day one, and you guys had to Google it. You started. So we're part of the summit. Can you imagine what it's like for them who received all of this? So we're gonna let it marinate. We're gonna let it sit. We're gonna let that seed breathe. We're gonna get you to stay rooted and think about all of these things. And if you get really, attention, here we are. We can tap, right? We have a technique now. We can breathe, right? We've been like Alexa's daughter. Breathe out. Blow the hot food. I love that. I love that so much. So thank you for being here. So a few more things before we go today is that we have our Summit Edition magazine that just launched yesterday. So make sure to sign up for it and get that because it has everything we talked about, including Kate's information. If you want to connect with her, she's doing amazing work. You should connect with her. For our coaches, we're bringing her back to actually have some training so we can actually take this to every single person and to the 1.5 million families that we're going to be serving by 2035, right? So we are very powerful. So we need anything and everything that is powerful. That's what tapping is, right? And then I have a book coming out called Blocks to Flow, which is going to be launching and will be publishing October by our October event, which is the October 18th in Scottsdale, Arizona. In that event, you will get a copy. We will be signing and you'll get a copy. And guess what's going to be about? Flow. Get curious about it, but it's about flow. It says Blocks to Flow. If you haven't known about my other book, which is the Cracking the Parenting Codes, I wrote that a year ago when I saw parents struggling in this era where everything seems so hard because it should be hard because it is a new era. If I was a parent, as I said yesterday, I wouldn't know what to do either because there's just danger everywhere for our kids. And being protective or curious parents, they tell us to be gentle, leave our children like with no grounding, no techniques, no guidance, and that's not how you parent, right? So I needed to write something, so I wrote it. If you haven't got it, it's on Amazon. You can get that book as well. But come to October event, and you'll have our Blocks to Flow book as a gift from me. What else? Our coaches who you have seen. We had some keynote speakers, and I cannot end this without saying thank you to them. They worked endlessly for this. They dedicated and they opened up to share. When I told them we're going to do this, they're like, how should I present? What should I do? I said, just be you, bring your story, show them that you've been through things, and share from your heart. I hope all of you in the chat can tell me that they all did that. They opened up, they shared so many vulnerable things about their family and themselves. Now, it's not that they're weak or anything. That is the softness, that's the strength we talked about, right? So that's what this is about. They're all licensed and certified either in the holistic neurogrowth learning success coaching model or also the Blocks to Flow method and the system. So all of their information is in the journal that I gave you. All of their information is in the our magazine that's been published. Contact them. They have so many gifts they gave with their heart. Accept the gift and take that step, and don't take the shame or don't be in denial, because those are what? Those are blocks. Who gave it to us? The MC systems. Now you're back to my system. From that place, receive it and see what it can do for you and your family. What else do I have? I'll talk about this on Tuesday. But this one, paid forward coaching. This is our free coaching program for those families who need the support and they are going, I don't think I can, there might be a catch. I have to pay something. I'm not sure I want to do this. We have this free coaching for those because we believe that no child or no human being out there should be left behind or alone thinking that they have to, the only thing they can do is end their life, because that's what I live, my purpose. Today I'm here in this world because I got a second chance, because I felt like I didn't have anybody. And we don't want anybody to feel that way, not because you don't have some cash. So we want you to apply to this. There's the link as well. I will provide on Tuesday. I'll explain more. But before I end, I want to bring one special person who is responsible making this so beautiful and making us all shine. Chef, are you here? Our producer.
I just realized you put me on screen and I'm looking, I'm like, where?
There's always somebody behind something going really smooth and flow. And if it wasn't for her, I would be, you would have seen me going more time than this, tapping away to relax myself. She is the producer of this show. She's an amazing person. She's done other things for me, and she's back again, and she'll be back in February again, right?
Hey.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for trusting me with the summit. It's been an honor.
Awesome.
It's nice meeting everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you to everyone who's been a keynote speaker. But we will be back on Tuesday, 9 a.m. Pacific time. We'll be here, and we have some big announcements, and we're going to share with you what that my systems are and what we use as a holistic neurogrowth success coaches that are using Blocks to Flow. You need to come and receive our gift. So see you on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Thank you, and have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you.